The answer is it's an attempt to get at Soto the Bushmaster. Your ruling could not be clearer that that's not coming into evidence. I don't intend to open that door. If it's opened, I know what the procedure is, as to speak to you outside the presence of the jury and do so. I note, however, an anomaly in the case that I think the court needs to resolve at some level, and that is during voir dire and at various points in sidebar communications, there have been discussions about the practical consequence of the default on the complaint. The plaintiffs at various times have deemed it admitted. That every allegation in the complaint is an admission. They want to transform the complaint into a request to admit. That injects politics and, I believe, Soto versus Bushmaster into the case because it's in their complaint. And so on a default, if I take their view, and the court hasn't ruled yet there, so I don't know what the court's going to say. But if every fact in the complaint is admitted, then everything they complain about is going to be.
So whatever rulings that I've entered on motions in limine or other rulings trumps everything else. So Soto versus Bushmaster, there's no need to ever say those words again because it's done. Right or wrong, it's done.
This is not everybody. I may be Alex Jones's lawyer, but I'm still an officer of the court, and I think I understand the rulings. This isn't my first rodeo. I'm not going there, and I'm tired of being mischaracterized, not by you, but by my adversaries. I think I'm entitled to ask whether the only issue for this jury is the extent of the damages, and I think the case law is clear. Fault has been determined by the court. Causation of something has been caused. The extent of it is up to the plaintiffs to prove. My view is if they seek to elect, if they're that concerned about guns and whatnot in this case, don't call the plaintiffs, submit it to the jury, but then they don't get what they want, which is millions. If they're going to seek millions, they have to earn millions, and I think as a matter of right, I am inquired to, I'm permitted to inquire into motive to exaggerate, and that's the extent of it.
And just, can you give me, if you can, some idea of what you're looking to do? Asking about their activities.
Yes, briefly, activities, statements, views, and Jones. Probably those.
Say, I couldn't hear that.
Their
Activities,
statements, and their views of Jones.
Attorney Sterling.
Activities, statements, views of Jones was what I just heard?
That's what I heard.
Okay. So I'm not hearing how those are limited to guns, Your Honor. I'm frankly just not understanding where the proposed limitation would lie.
Well, I think my question, unless I didn't get it out right, was meant to be along the issues of their positions on guns.
Correct.
And I understood the answer to be their activities, their statements, and their opinions on Mr. Jones.
So, Your Honor, again, I think that is an expansive inquiry. It's going to be way beyond the scope of what their damages evidence is.
But this is cross-examination of a witness, and parties, whether it's a hearing in damages or not, have a right to explore bias and motive and prejudice. That's my understanding.
Your Honor, is there a way, I understand the court's inclination. I do think that one thing that is really important as we move forward is to have some very clear direction about what's permitted and what's not. There was a representation this would be a very limited inquiry. As I said, activities, statements, and view of Jones regarding guns sounds quite expansive.
I don't think so. Listen, I remember pretty clearly when Mr. Pattis was even talking about his cross-examination of the plaintiff. I believe the words were something along the lines of very short, if at all. So I can't imagine that it's going to be expansive given that representation. But listen, I think that is the ruling, and I don't think Mr. Pattis will exceed that, and if he does, you'll object. So I think that is proper fodder for cross-examination on those issues.
Thank you, Your Honor. We understand your ruling.
Anything else? No?
No, good.
Your Honor, let me just check back through the relief that we had requested and see if there's anything else. The other issues really had to do with the enforcement of the court's existing orders. So, I mean, obviously, I understand the court wouldn't issue new orders, but we did want to raise those.
Okay. All right, so I think we're ready for the jury, Mr. Flores. I can't tell. Did you have to press the order? You did. Thank you very much.
Do you want attorney pause on the stand?
Sure, you might as well come up. Good morning. Good morning. We're using our water again? Yes. It's not bad.
Yeah, no, just
In the meantime, sign up and
it's just like he was out of school. It's fine. He said, but last week it was a problem.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Good morning. Good morning. Hope everyone had a nice long weekend. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome back. Ron will hand you back your notepads, which we kept secure. Please be seated. And counsel will stipulate that the entire panel has returned.
I do.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right? So I know we had a long weekend. I know you all understand your obligations and the court's orders on the rules of juror conduct. Mr. Furrow did not give me any note from any of the jurors indicating that they were unable to avoid any media exposure or that they were concerned about improper activity. So that's a good thing. So I would just, of course, continue to remind you, I know it's not easy, but you'll continue to obey your obligations. But if something does happen, you'll just give Ron a note and we will deal with it, okay? So Ms. Paz remains under oath, and Attorney Maddie, you may continue whenever you are ready. Take your time.
Thank you, and good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Ms. Paz.
Good morning.
Ms. Paz, when we left off on Friday, you and I were looking over an organizational chart. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
Did you do any additional preparation over the weekend, ma'am?
No.
Okay. So getting back to your role here, I take it that if we wanted to know about whether Free Speech Systems maintained an organizational chart, there are people at Free Speech Systems that Free Speech Systems could have selected to testify about that, correct?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. Well, as we talked about at the very beginning, Free Speech Systems has about 70 employees, is
Right.
that right? Several of them have served as corporate representatives for Free Speech Systems, right?
At various points, yes.
Right, and several of them have been employed by Free Speech Systems for a long time, even going back to 2009 and earlier, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so there are people within the organization who very well may have known about the existence of an organizational chart, correct?
Objection, call for speculation.
Sustained.
You don't know that, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
I don't have any information to suggest that anybody had that information.
Okay, but what you do know is that you certainly had no idea there was an organizational chart.
I had never seen that before, correct?
Right, and that's because nobody gave it to you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if Free Speech Systems wanted to present somebody to this jury who could testify about Google Analytics, we saw the emails where Tim Fruget was sending around Google Analytics, right?
Yeah, I remember them. Yep.
We saw Lydia involved in those emails, right?
Some of them.
Right. Lydia, you'll remember, Lydia Hernandez was the accounting director for Free Speech Systems, correct?
At one point, yes.
Okay. And one of those emails that Mr. Fruget sent was to Adon Salazar, correct? Remember that?
I do remember that.
And one was to a gentleman named Rob at Infowars.com, right?
I remember that, yes.
So if Free Speech Systems had wanted to present anybody to testify about the Google Analytics that were attached to those emails, they could have done that, correct?
I believe we did talk about those emails and the Google Analytics in the emails.
Right, but you had never seen them before.
There were some Google Analytics that I did review in connection with the documents that were provided to me.
Just see if you can answer the question that I asked you.
Objection, Hectoring good.
Overruled. Just listen to the question.
The question I asked you was, you'd never reviewed those emails before I showed them to you during this trial, right?
Those specific emails about
Right.
the social media attachments, is that the one you're referring to?
Had you reviewed any of the emails I showed you dealing with Google Analytics?
I think I had seen, because some of them were discussed in Blake's deposition, so I had seen a couple of what had been attached in that deposition, but aside from that, I don't think I had seen any other ones. So I'm not sure which ones you're referring to.
Okay, that sounds like a difference from what you testified last week, Ms. Paz. Are you testifying now that you reviewed Blake Roddy's deposition that was taken here in Connecticut?
I think I said that already, that I reviewed Mr. Roddy's deposition and I had talked to him about it.
Okay, hold on 1 second. You reviewed his deposition transcript.
I did.
Okay. He discussed Google Analytics in his deposition. That's your recollection.
I believe he did.
You then had a meeting with him where he told you that Free Speech Systems doesn't use Google Analytics.
I had a phone call with him,
A
yes.
phone call with him.
Right,
Where he said Free Speech Systems doesn't use Google Analytics, right?
right,
That's what you told this jury.
correct.
Okay. And my question to you is, had Free Speech Systems wanted to present somebody to this jury who could actually talk about those emails, they could have presented Tim Fruget, correct?
I mean, Tim Fruget is available to subpoena, so he could testify, sure.
Well, Tim Fruget is, when you say available to subpoena, Ms. Paz, you know that they could have asked Tim Fruget to testify on behalf of Free Speech Systems, correct?
I don't think he was willing to do that. So
So, Ms. Paz, really? The question I asked you is,
Objection.
could they have?
No.
Sustained. So we're going to stop. Just listen to the question that's asked and answer that question, please.
could they have? No, because he was not willing.
Your Honor, I ask that the answer be stricken as not
I
responsive.
object.
So ordered.
Thank you. Have you spoken to Tim Fruget?
I believe I had a phone call with him.
Okay. And Mr. Fruget, you know, was deposed in this case, correct?
Yes.
You know that he still has an ongoing business relationship with Mr. Jones, correct?
I don't believe he works there anymore, but
Ms.
I
Paz?
don't know what the nature of their current business relationship is.
Your Honor, I ask that the answer be stricken, and I
So
just...
ordered. So the
Objection.
question,
Thank you.
overruled. So the question is a yes or no.
I don't know the
You don't
answer.
know if he has an ongoing relationship with Mr. Jones?
Correct.
So you're not aware that Mr. Jones sent him out to set up a website called freeworldoutlet.com?
No.
And you're not aware, and you don't know what freeworldoutlet.com is?
I do not know.
And you have no idea if Free Speech Systems has a financial interest in that, correct?
No.
Even though you're Free Speech Systems corporate representative here right now?
I was not briefed on that, so no,
Okay.
I don't know.
Because nobody told you?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the only lawyer in Connecticut that you've dealt with in this case is Mr. Pattis, correct? And
Yeah.
his office.
Yes, since I was retained in January, correct.
Right. And in February, you asked Attorney Pattis to share with you all of the depositions that were given in Connecticut, correct?
all of the Connecticut materials, so not just the depositions, but all of the Connecticut materials.
So let's just start with depositions.
Sure,
You asked him to share with you all of the Connecticut depositions, correct?
yes.
And he did not do that, correct?
I don't think I received all of the Connecticut depositions.
So the answer is correct. He
Correct.
did not do that.
I don't
And-
have them all.
Because he didn't give them to you.
Correct.
Okay. And in addition to the Connecticut material, in addition to the depositions, you asked him to share all of the documents that Free Speech Systems have produced in Connecticut, correct?
Yes.
And he didn't give you access to those, correct?
I think there was an issue with that, but yes.
Okay. The issue is he didn't give you access to them, right?
Correct, I didn't have access to it, so
Because he didn't give you access to it.
whoever was in charge of it didn't give me access. So I don't know who was in charge of it, but I did not
The person
get
you
it.
asked is Mr. Pattis, yes?
I asked Mr.
Okay,
Pattis's
but it's
office.
not- well,
Okay, you asked Mr. Pattis, and in fact, you repeated that request since February to have access to the Connecticut depositions and the documents that were produced here, correct?
I've asked more than once.
Right, and they've never been given to you, correct?
I have not had access to any of the Connecticut materials.
You asked as recently as last week before this trial, you asked Mr. Pattis to give you that material, correct?
Last week, what I asked for specifically was my depositions in the Connecticut cases in
And,
the past week.
and he didn't give them to you.
I received 2 out of 4 of the days.
When?
Not last week, but the week before.
You still haven't seen Alex Jones's deposition, right?
The most recent one, no.
Meaning you haven't seen the deposition that he gave in Connecticut?
Correct,
Okay.
right, the one he gave in, I want to say, June.
Okay. I'm sure that you asked when you were retained in this case to see an organizational chart, right?
I asked if organizational charts existed.
Who did you ask that?
I think I had those conversations with counsel at the time in Texas when I went and I traveled there, so I asked Attorney Blott.
Okay. Did you ever ask Attorney Pattis?
I don't know that he and I had ever had that conversation.
Okay, so the answer is you don't know if you ever asked him?
I don't think I ever specifically asked him that,
Okay.
no.
But you wanted to see an organizational chart because that lays out the relationships between people who work at the company, right?
Sure.
You didn't know anything about the company when you first started.
No, I mean, I sought to try to find out as time progressed,
Right. And an organizational chart tells you who reports to whom, correct?
such that they do report to somebody, yes.
Who's in charge, yes?
If there is somebody in charge, yes.
Right? And who works in which departments, right?
Yes,
And which departments may exist?
yes,
Okay. And you were told that one didn't exist, correct?
I was not given any, so I don't know if they answered me and said there are none, but I was not given one.
Let's try this. Let's just try this. You asked Attorney Blott, is there an organizational chart?
Right.
Right.
Are we gonna get into attorney-client communications at this point?
I don't think that that's an attorney-client communication for the purpose of seeking legal advice.
I don't think so, so overruled.
You asked Attorney Blott, right?
Yes.
She represented Free Speech Systems.
At the time, yes.
Attorney Pattis put you in touch with her.
Yes.
Okay. She said what to you in response?
Same objection.
I don't recall if she said that there was none or she didn't know whether there was one, and I want to be fair to her. So I'm not sure if it was that there was none or she was not aware whether there was one.
And you didn't follow up, right?
Not with her, no.
But one of the first questions that Attorney Pattis asked you here last week was whether there was an organizational chart, correct?
I think that's what his question was.
And you said there isn't one, correct?
Well, as far as I was aware, there wasn't one.
That's what you testified.
Correct, as far as I was aware.
And that was false, correct?
Well, I don't know what that was and when it was prepared, so I can't really answer as to information concerning that chart.
Did I show you an Infowars organizational chart last week?
Yes,
Okay. And I showed you a base number that you acknowledged meant that it had been produced by Infowars to us in this case, correct?
I saw the Bates number, yes.
Okay. And so your testimony that there wasn't a organizational chart was false, correct?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Was it inaccurate?
I don't know anything about that chart, so I can't answer anything about the chart.
Okay, well, why don't we bring it up? Do you know whether Mr. Pattis knew anything about the chart when he asked you that
Objection,
question?
Sustained.
speculation.
All right, well, let's bring it up. And for the record, this, Your Honor, was admitted last week.
Number 480, counsel.
Number 480.
Cumulative, Judge Aston answered.
You've worked with spreadsheets before, ma'am?
Minimally, but yes.
Okay, and you know that they're, in documents in native format have what's called metadata, yes?
I'm not that technologically savvy, but I'll accept your representation.
You know that metadata is basically data embedded within a document that tells you a little bit about it, yes?
Sure.
Okay, well, why don't we go to the About page of this document? Okay, and I want you to look at the right-hand side, and do you see related dates there? Do you see that in your spreadsheet, ma'am?
I see it, yes.
And do you see created?
Yes, I see a date there.
What's the date there?
11/6/2011.
Okay, and do you see the last printed? Do you see that?
Yes.
And who? What date is that?
6/19/2017.
And who's the author?
It says Lydia Hernandez.
Okay, that's the former accountant, right?
Yes, at one point.
All right. Did you review the testimony of Daria Karpova that she gave in this case?
Yes, I did.
In Connecticut.
I believe I did. I definitely read her deposition. Was this her corporate rep deposition? No, it wasn't. So I'm not sure if I read that one.
Okay.
I definitely read her corporate representative
Okay.
deposition.
Okay. She didn't serve as a corporate representative in Connecticut.
No, I don't believe she did.
Okay. And so you don't know if you read her deposition here?
I'm not sure.
All right. I'm gonna, may I approach, Your Honor? This has been marked as Exhibit 350. And why don't you just take a look at that and see if you can identify that.
It looks like Daria's deposition remotely on August 6, 2021.
Okay. And
Oh, you want it back? Sure.
Yep. And you're a lawyer, you've worked with depositions before, right? And if I point you to page 3 here, who conducted the examination on behalf of Free Speech Systems?
Attorney Pattis.
Okay. And what I'm going to do now is turn to page 55. Before I do that, in the table of contents, you'll see here, Exhibit 4 is described as what?
It says Excel spreadsheet.
Okay. And you know, an exhibit, when it's presented at a deposition, is similar to the way it's presented here. You ask the witness about it, right?
Sure.
And if we go to page 55, I'm sorry, 56. You see the question here? Why don't I'm going to read it.
Do you want me to read it?
I'll read it to you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to move to the next tab, which is 2015. You can keep the spreadsheet up. I'm going to move to the next tab, which is 2015. One sec. Okay. I've moved to the next tab of Plaintiff's Exhibit 4, which is marked 2015. And this appears to be an organizational chart for Free Speech Systems, LLC as well. And what's her answer?
Okay.
And then the question is, and if you look on the right side of the document, below production, under radio show producers, it has your name there as well. Answer.
I see it, yes.
Okay. And then why? And then the question is, why does it have your name there as a producer in 2015? And who speaks next?
Attorney Pattis has an objection.
Okay, thank you. And so, when Attorney Pattis asked you last week, does Free Speech Systems have an organizational chart? Am I correct that he was at this deposition where this exhibit was shown?
It appears so,
Okay.
assuming that's the same Excel spreadsheet we're talking about.
And you said it does not, correct? It does not have an organizational
Well,
chart.
as far as I was aware,
Right, and he didn't correct that testimony, did he?
I don't recall that he did.
Okay. So if we go to 2015 here, and let's zoom out so everybody can see it just for a second. Okay, so this is the 2015 tab, Free Speech Systems LLC, Alex Jones at the very top, right?
Right.
And to the left is Dr. Jones, right?
I see that, yes.
That's David Jones, yes?
right, his father.
And you see his title there?
HR consultant.
Right. And last week, Attorney Pattis, do you remember him asking you whether there was anybody who did an HR function at Free Speech Systems?
I think right, and I had answered,
Do you remember him asking you that
I
question?
do, yes.
Okay, and you said nobody has that title, but Melinda Flores does some of that.
Right.
Right.
Well, according to what I believed based on what I had seen. Right.
Well, okay. And so nobody told you that Dr. Jones actually had an HR function, right?
Nobody conveyed anything like that to me during the course of my investigation here.
Right. And you actually asked to speak to David Jones, right?
I don't think I asked to speak to Dr. Jones, no.
You didn't? Okay.
No.
You know that as part of his HR role, Dr. Jones in Free Speech Systems requires all of its employees to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Did you know that?
I do know that now.
Okay.
They do now.
They do
require
now?
that. Yes.
When did that start?
I'm sorry, I can't recall the date.
Okay. Let's go to 2017. All right, so this is 2017, and you see an Alex Jones at the very top, right?
Yes.
Dr. Jones there, still listed, yes.
I see that, yes.
And he's right below Alex Jones, and then also on the other side is Tim Fruget, right?
Right.
And the department listed for Tim Fruget is sales, new product, and advertising, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay. And if we go further down, 2017, according to this chart, we're going to go to the departments now. The organization was broken up into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 departments, yes? We'll start from the left. Procurement,
Yes, I see it. Yes,
procurement
7.
and inventory,
Yes.
right? And that's the function basically over at the warehouse you talked about where they're ordering new supplement products, they're inventorying them, and they're preparing them to be shipped, right?
That's what that would mean to me, yes.
Okay, and you see there they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, thereabouts employees in that department, yes?
That's what it looks like, yes.
Okay, and then the next department is operations, and Tim Fruget was running that in addition to the sales department that we saw earlier, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Not sure what operations means, but
Okay, well, let's see
yes.
if we can tell from the sub-departments. One is security, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay, there's a lot of security at Free Speech Systems offices, correct?
I mean, there is a security system there, yes.
You have to swipe in to get into
Correct.
the building, and then you have to swipe to get into different parts of the building.
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Jones himself has a security team, correct?
I believe he does, yes.
Okay. And then there's customer service and online stores, right?
That's what it says, yes.
And the online stores is making sure that, you know, the online retail platforms are functioning properly,
Right,
transacting business.
right.
And customer service, anybody who calls up, say, hey, I didn't get my shipment of DNA Force Plus, these people are here to respond.
Right.
Okay. And then there's an IT department, right?
Yes, I see that.
IT, you know, obviously just like any business, you know, you got a bunch of computers, correct?
Sure,
You have a server, correct?
sure.
You have printers that need to be troubleshotted, all that stuff, right?
Yeah,
Okay. And then there's a programmer there, that's Timothy Thrift, right?
that's what it says, yes.
He helps write computer code for Free Speech Systems to help their online platforms work properly, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then you have graphics design. And graphics design, they design kind of the ad copy that they put up for things like DNA Force Plus and iodine and things like that.
Yeah, I'm sure they design the ads and design other things associated with the website.
Okay, and then over here you have the writers and editors. And writers and editors, those are the folks who basically write the stuff that comes up on Infowars.com, right?
Right, the articles, right,
Newswars.com.
correct.
Kit Daniels supervises that, right?
I don't know if he supervised it at this time period. I know he became a supervisor at some point. I'm
Okay.
just not sure what time period he became a supervisor, but he was a writer there at this time period.
Adon Salazar still in there.
Correct.
All right. And then you have the production side of things, and this is you know what happens in the studio, right? Putting on the Alex Jones show, right?
Correct.
The
right.
War Room is another show they have.
Correct.
The American Journal is the show they have in the morning. Yeah.
Yes.
And here you have, we talked about Nico Acosta last night. He's there. He's in charge of the radio show. That's the Alex Jones show. Yeah.
Right. He was one of the producers. Yes.
And then over here, the nightly news. That's Rob Dew. He's in charge of that, and all these people are and a part of the production team, yeah?
Sure, that's what it says in the column.
Okay. Last week and today, this is the first time you've ever seen this.
Yes.
You also were asked about Google Analytics on your cross-examination, right?
I think so.
Okay. Now, did you review the deposition that Michael Zimmerman gave in Connecticut?
I definitely reviewed a deposition by Michael Zimmerman, but I'm not sure if it was in Connecticut or in Texas.
Okay.
It might have been the one where he was designated as a corporate rep, so it might not have been the Connecticut one.
Okay, I'm not gonna, if you're not sure, I won't.
I'm not sure.
I won't waste everybody's time. In addition to Google Analytics, you talked about Quantcast Analytics, right?
Yes, that was in some of the emails that we saw.
Right, but you've never been presented with Quantcast data yourself, right?
No, I've not seen anything like that.
Okay, and you've never even heard of something called Sprout Social, correct?
You mean as I sit here today, have I
Right.
ever heard of it? That does not sound familiar to me.
Okay, you have no idea if Infowars had a Sprout Social analytics program, correct?
No, I don't.
And you wouldn't even know what that does.
No.
Mr. Pattis asked you whether you saw any files when you were at Infowars that contained sales reports, right? You remember that?
Files containing sales reports. I don't recall the exact line of questioning you're referring to.
Okay. You know that Free Speech Systems produce what they claim to be sales reports in this case.
Daily sales reports?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you produce those in connection with your deposition, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Those were for the platforms we talked about before. InfoWarsShop.com, InfoWarsStore.com,
Yes.
Amazon,
Yes.
eBay,
Yes.
right? You never saw any sales reports for Infowars Life, right?
I didn't hear the question, Judge, I'm sorry.
You never saw any sales reports for Infowars Life, right?
I don't recall seeing anything for Infowars Life.
Right. And you never, and I think you just testified that you have no idea what freeworldoutlet.com is, right?
No.
Okay. You have no idea what preparetoday.com is?
No.
Okay. You've never heard of the website preparewithalex.com?
No.
And you've never heard of the website 50percentoff.com?
No.
Okay. So you have no idea if any of those websites are also online retail platforms for Infowars, correct?
No.
So let's just talk about all the things that Free Speech Systems does, okay? So they manage payroll for about 70 employees, right?
Sure.
They have a payroll processor, ADP, correct?
Sure.
They install and manage security at their office, correct?
Yes.
They broadcast to millions and millions of people every day, right?
Yes.
That requires them to have a production staff that can do 3 live shows, including the Alex Jones show, correct?
Yes, we have a production staff.
The War Room, correct?
Yes.
The American Journal.
Yes.
And they have staff that maintain relationships with all of their radio affiliates, correct?
There is somebody that performs that function.
Right. They're able to manage all of their multiple websites, correct?
Yes.
They have writers posting content every day.
Yes.
They're soliciting advertisers, yes?
At various points, yes.
And they have to manage those relationships, correct?
I don't know what they do to manage them, but I'm sure that they have to do something.
Right. And they manage dozens of social media platforms, correct?
Yes, we have many platforms.
And they have to have people pumping out content every day to those social media platforms, correct?
Yes.
Okay. They edit their videos and they post their videos. Somebody has to do that.
Right.
They manage thousands of units of inventory. Those are the supplements, correct?
You mean at the warehouse? Yes.
Yeah, at a facility that you, I think, said was about 3.5 football fields big.
It was very big, yes.
So they have heavy equipment there as well.
Like forklifts and stuff to lift everything, yes.
Right. They have to manage accounting and all their books, yes.
Sure.
They have to manage their facilities, right?
Sure.
And all of this, and I think your testimony is that over the past 10 years, this whole organization has generated up to about $1 billion in revenue, although you don't know the precise amount, correct?
Well, I said I wasn't sure what the exact number is,
Right,
but,
you put a range on it of 100 million to $1 billion, correct?
well, I think that was your range. I just said I wasn't sure what the number was.
Okay, well, I think the jury will remember that testimony.
Objection, strike.
Overruled.
And Alex Jones owns and manages all of this, correct?
He owns free speech, so yes, and he's at the top. He's the person to whom everybody reports.
Right, but he only met with you for about an hour and a half.
About,
Okay, and they do all of these things, but they wouldn't email you any depositions that you want, right?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
They do all of these things we've just been talking about, but when you asked for deposition transcripts, you didn't get them, right?
I didn't get what I requested.
And when you asked to see documents, they didn't give them to you, right?
I didn't get what I requested.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Attorney Pattis?
Alex Jones owns and manages all this, right?
To the extent the word manages means something.
Why are you reluctant to say, why do you say to the extent the word management means something?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I think like a lot of people that own and run a business, Alex is just really focused on being on the air, and Alex doesn't take a real big interest on the day-to-day interaction or responsibilities of the running of the company.
You're aware that the plaintiffs took more than 50 depositions in this case?
I'm aware there were a lot of depositions, yes.
That they marked for the jury's consideration portions of each one to show them during trial?
Objection, Your Honor.
Are you aware of
What's the
that?
basis of the objection?
Hearsay.
That's not hearsay. You're aware of that.
I'm aware that there have been many of those marked, yes.
Do you think there's some reason that you should read what they're going to show the jury, or do you think that the jury can read it for itself?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You testified that Rob Dewitt served as a corporate rep,
At one point, yes.
Daria Karpova had served as a corporate rep,
Yes.
Mike Zimmerman had served as a corporate rep.
Yes.
You testified that none were willing to at this point.
Objection, Your Honor. Based on hearsay and beyond the scope.
It's within the scope. You testified none were willing to.
They were not willing to do it again, that's correct.
You heard Mr. Maddy indirectly attack me a number of times in his cross-examination.
Yes.
Do you think those kind of attacks have something to do with why they weren't willing to serve as corporate reps here?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
How many documents were you shown in this case?
Thousands,
You know, can you estimate tens of thousands?
probably tens of thousands.
Do you know how many that were produced?
Between Connecticut and Texas, I don't know how many were produced, but many tens of thousands of documents.
You had an hour and a half with Mr. Jones?
About thereabouts.
You formed impressions of his organizational ability?
Of his ability, yes, I did.
If you'd spent 10 more hours with him, would it have mattered?
Objection.
Sustained.
Nothing further, Judge.
Attorney Maddy?
Nothing further.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Watch your step. All right, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Clint Watts.
May I speak to Attorney Maddy for a moment?
Take your time, please.
May I have 1 moment with Ms. Potts?
You may. Good morning, just watch your step.
You remain standing and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or sincerely affirm that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or upon penalty of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. And I just need you to state your name. Go ahead and sit down. I need you to state your name, slowly spelling your last name for the record and the town in which you live.
Clinton Watts, last name Watts, hometown Cold Spring, New York.
Thank you.
Morning,
Mr.
sorry,
Watts,
Judge.
there's, water in that pitcher, are there cups down there? I can't see.
There.
So you help yourself at any time, okay? Attorney Koskoff, sorry
Thank
about
you, Your
that,
Honor.
whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Watts. You just heard that Free Speech Systems is a structured organization of about 70 or so employees, is that right?
Correct.
You are not one of them?
No.
Is that right? You also understand that there are 15 plaintiffs in this case, and you are not a plaintiff or a member of their family, correct?
Correct.
And you had no dealings in the factual matters themselves as they were occurring in this case, is that
No.
correct? So that leaves you with a defined role here, and that would be as an expert witness.
Correct.
And just to give a big overview, your field of expertise, how would you say that in its most general terms?
It's identifying analytics and analysis around social media, the internet, and how it influences people's behavior.
And is this grounded in decades of understanding how human beings, organizations, terrorist networks, governments influence human behavior?
Yes, the last two at least.
Okay. What were the last two? I forgot. I made such a long list.
2002 to present.
Terrorist organizations, Judge.
Okay. And so why don't we provide, at this point, I'd like to provide the jury with your background as an expert in this case. And if you will indulge me, first of all, where were you born and raised, sir?
O'Fallon, Missouri.
Sorry?
O'Fallon, Missouri.
Old Fallon?
Yes.
Big town?
Not too big when I was there.
Okay. Did it grow?
Massively.
Relevance, Judge.
Background. And so that's what we call you're from the Midwest.
Yes.
And why don't we take it up? You graduated obviously from, or not obviously, but did you graduate from high school?
Yes,
And you went to college at some point.
I did.
And can you tell the jury where you went to college?
I went to the U.S. Military Academy at West Point.
Okay. West Point is where?
West Point, New York.
Okay. And as an institution, can you just describe to the jury what West Point is?
Yeah, West Point is designed to train the next generation of officers for the United States Army through a 4-year liberal arts degree.
Okay. And how does somebody get into West Point?
It's two parts. First, you apply to the institution just like you would a normal college, but you also have to be, in the second part, nominated by a congressman, vice president, president.
Okay. And so you checked both those boxes?
I did.
And is West Point, upon graduation, it's a 4-year program, sorry.
Yes.
And upon graduating from West Point, what did you do next?
I went into the U.S. Army and served as an infantry officer. I served at the 101st Airborne Division in Kentucky, U.S. Forces Korea, and then came back to 2nd Infantry Division at Fort Lewis, Washington.
Sorry, I didn't catch you. What was the last one?
The 2nd Infantry Division at Fort Lewis, Washington.
Fort Lewis?
Lewis.
Fort Lewis, okay, sorry. And so just now, by the way, I know you have, we're going to get into your many things that you've done over the decades, but one thing, have you ever testified in court before?
I have not.
Okay. This is your first time?
Yes.
Okay. And during that, so how long were you in the armed forces?
A little over 7 years.
All right. And can you just give us, you said an airborne division? That was one of your?
Yes, I was an infantry officer and went to airborne and ranger school and then all of the infantry courses so that I could lead troops as a platoon leader and later an infantry company commander.
Okay. And the military has different ranks, right?
Correct.
And over the course of, you say 7 years?
Yes.
Over the course of the 7 years, did you, what's the first rank, by the way?
2nd lieutenant.
Is that where you ended up?
No, I finished as a captain.
Okay. And so you, what do you call it? You left the military after 7 years?
Yes.
And what did you do next?
I went to the FBI Academy, and then the FBI as a special agent on a joint terrorism task force in Portland, Oregon.
Wait, hold on. So the FBI, you said as a special agent, do you just walk into the FBI and become a special
No,
agent?
you have to be qualified at the FBI Academy at Quantico, Virginia.
Okay. Is Quantico home base for the FBI?
Between there and headquarters in Washington, D.C., yes.
Okay, so just, if you just maybe just slow down a little bit. Maybe I'm the only one having a hard time catching all the words. So you, after 7 years in the armed services, you left with the designation of captain, and you went to join the FBI what?
As a special agent,
Okay, and that started with some stint at Quantico?
yes, a little over 4 months.
Okay, just give us a general flavor of how you break into something like that.
It was after September 11th attacks. The FBI was recruiting more agents into counterterrorism. I had been in the military and went through the interview process and was selected. Then upon training, you receive legal training on search warrants, some sort of internet-based training, which is kind of where I've got my start in cyber-related activity. Then you go through the full gamut of how to actually investigate a case.
Okay. And when you say, in a generic way, when you say investigate a case, what generically does that entail?
That essentially is going through the procedures of evidence, how to gather data, then how to apply that to the law in terms of bringing up evidence so that it can be used in terms of different levels of searches, essentially gathering the evidence to support the prosecution of a crime.
Gathering, okay. And you started your career in this area back around 2005 or 2002?
2002.
All right. So, right. You said in the aftermath of 9/11, correct?
Yes.
And back, I might be losing track of time, but back in 2002, was the internet really up and running?
It was up and running, but it still was in its, what I would say, first decade. It was still just becoming part of everything that was going on in the world, and since then it's grown.
Okay. And so an investigation, even from your early days in 2002, would involve understanding what about the internet and the relationship to what you're investigating?
How the internet works, also, most importantly, how people communicate on the internet, particularly in the early era. And that was the start of understanding how, in that case, in the cases that I was working on, terrorists, affiliated with different organizations would try and recruit or communicate with each other using the internet.
Okay. All right. And you did, how long did you last in that capacity with, I don't say last, I mean, how long did you serve in that capacity?
Yeah, less than a year the first time working for the FBI.
All right, what happened? Did they fire you or?
No, I chose to left. I left on my own. I went to graduate school.
All right, and can you tell the jury where you went to graduate school?
It was at the time it was called Monterey Institute of International Studies. Now it's called the Middlebury Institute. It's since been acquired by Middlebury.
Okay, and you earned a master's in something called Specialization in International Security and Development.
Correct.
All right, and following that, did you continue, what did you do next after that?
I went to the Combating Terrorism Center at West Point, where I served as the executive officer. So I would lead research projects on different terrorist groups. Al-Qaeda was the group that we focused on at that time. In particular, we were looking at and examining their move to the internet as their way of surviving at a time when they were being hunted around the world. And then their migration to social media applications. The first one that I looked at was YouTube.
Interesting. So your career in this your career at this time involved, did it involve deep dives on how organizations, networks like terrorist networks, communicate with other, boy, let me just take that question and throw it in the garbage. Did this involve deep dives on internet relationships with potential
Objection, leading judge.
well, its background? Help me out. Tell us what this involved in terms, if anything, involving research in the internet.
Yes. So we would look at how different terror groups use the internet to network. So in the beginning, it was how they would communicate and organize and then plan operations. Later, with the advent of social media, it moved. And in that movement, it was then how do they radicalize, how do they recruit, how do they reach out to other people that normally would not be exposed to their content to try and bring them into the organization.
Okay. And did you become familiar with the tools by which an organization more broadly can influence and manipulate its audience?
Yes, principally during the period of Iraq, we were looking at how Al-Qaeda in Iraq used YouTube to reach out to large audiences by filming videos of what they were doing on different battlefields vis-a-vis U.S. soldiers, and then how they'd use that for promotional material to reach out to others to try and join the ranks.
Okay, just to hit a couple of other points of your background. You served at the U.S. Special Operations Command. Can you just describe what that is?
Yes. During the period with the Combating Terrorism Center and even after, I work on different projects for U.S. Special Operations Command overseas. Same jobs that would be occurring during that time. I would try and identify different terror networks that are operating on different social media platforms to figure out what they were trying to do, who they were trying to recruit, and then if they were being recruited, why they had an affinity, essentially, to believe in that cause.
Okay. And have you have you brought in that specialization beyond terrorist networks?
Yes.
Into commercial networks?
Yes. At different times, that's been for financial institutions trying to understand how hackers might try and penetrate banks, or how they might try and organize to go after customers of different companies. At other times, it's been based on foreign nations, namely Russia, Iran, and China, how they use social media to try and infiltrate foreign countries to mobilize people to do things they would not otherwise do by being somebody that they are not when they're in the online space.
Did you say mobilize people to do things that they wouldn't otherwise do?
That's correct. Under false pretenses are based on the idea that they might be part of a country. So they masquerade or impersonate people in another country, and then they try and get them to go and do something in that country. Let's say the United States, they try and get them to mobilize to a place to do some sort of act.
Okay. And you have a couple of, well, you're a consultant for research trainer for Boston, in Boston. Have you been in consulting essentially since leaving the military?
No. So I first went to the FBI, then I went to the Combating Terrorism Center. From that period forward, I again worked at FBI headquarters. I served in the counterterrorism division, working on how to build intelligence programs, very similar to what I was talking about in terms of social media. Then also worked to help build training programs for counterterrorism in the FBI. The last time I was there was 2012.
And you founded a company called how do you pronounce it? Miburo Solutions. You can just describe to the jury, give us a flavor of what Miburo Solutions did. I understand it was recently acquired, is that right?
Correct. So,
go ahead.
Yeah, Miburo essentially brought together analysts of a variety of disciplines. And the goal at Miburo was always to try and spot and assess and then disrupt any sort of what we call malign influence. That means a foreign nation trying to meddle in the United States using a social media platform like any of us would use to try and get people to do things they wouldn't normally do, or try and convince them that things weren't true.
Okay. And when you say convince them that things that weren't true, is that what you said?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
For example, election defense is a big part of what we do against Russia, Iran, and China. We're trying to identify, foreign actors trying to masquerade as Americans to try and confuse them about election, how it's conducted, who voted, how did they vote, those sorts of things.
And your company described it as a consulting company providing custom training and research insights to the financial industry, the U.S. Department of Defense, federal, state, and local law enforcement, and the intelligence community, implementing enterprise-wide solutions for organizations
He's
using...
reading from a document, not an evidence,
It's
leading...
background. It's a CV.
I'll sustain the,
Well, why not just admit the CV?
no, Attorney Pattis, I
It's
sustain
CV.
the
You're right,
objection.
You're right. You're right.
I would gladly...
No,
Oh, sorry,
Attorney
Your Honor.
Pattis, why don't we just move to the next question?
Actually, So I'm glad because I wanted to ask you, what is that? Give us a flavor of all those different things, Department of Defense and financial industry, a little bit about that.
Yeah, sure. So sometimes they want us to do an investigation. So we'll look at principally two things. One, what language are people communicating in around the world, and how does that transcend to the United States or another democracy? Second, we do a lot of data analytics, essentially taking in tremendous amounts of data, trying to find those anomalies in there that don't look natural so we can understand what they're trying to do.
And has it been can you describe what, if any, role the detection of threat or malign influence has played in your career?
Yes. So at the time when we were hunting essentially Al-Qaeda and Islamic State, ISIS members in Iraq and Syria, we came across a network that was operated by Russia. We then tracked that entity all the way into the election in 2016, trying to identify how that sort of influence was confusing Americans about the election.
And now when you say we, let's be clear, you're not a
Yes.
one-man shop.
No.
Yes. So
No.
can you just tell the jury who we are.
Yeah, so Maburo has about 24 analysts at any given time. We speak up to a dozen or more languages, depending on what the mix of actors that we're trying to track. And so we're looking in foreign audiences to see what kind of information is being shared that's any tip or lead to understand about false information, or in the case of many cases, hacked materials, citizens being targeted, their information being stolen, and then it being dumped out on the internet.
Okay, when you keep saying hacked and stolen material on the internet, does all your work generally involve some exploration of the internet and its connections with an organization?
Yes.
All right. And you have specialists who you have data analysts and things like that?
Correct.
Did there come a time when we asked you, when I say we, our law firm asked you to review certain materials to determine whether or not you could be of help in helping us understand the Alex Jones network?
Yes, January of this year.
And did there come a time when you were asked to help us understand how Alex Jones and Infowars influences customers to purchase goods, for example?
Correct.
And how they message their audience in a way that subjects potentially innocent people to harm?
Objection.
Sustained.
And what else were you asked to look at? You said you talked about being involved in harm prevention. Is that right?
Correct.
So what other things did we ask you to do?
You asked us to look at what would the effect be of false content over time as posted by Free Speech Systems LLC and Alex Jones, and what the effect would be on the audience. How might that change their behavior or their perceptions around reality?
And we're going to get into that in some detail. Let me just this general question. And did you and with the help of your team, reach certain conclusions based on the information you were provided and based on your education, training, and extensive experience?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of what you were provided, were you provided with voluminous materials to review?
Yes.
And tens of thousands of pages of various information?
Yes.
And did you and your team review those in detail?
We did.
And were you provided with depositions, for example, depositions of Alex Jones?
Correct. Yes.
And those were 3 volumes of depositions, is that right?
Yes.
And did you and your team review those in detail?
We did.
And other depositions, like depositions of Tim Fruget and others at Infowars?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also conduct extensive research on your own to help fill in blanks from the material provided?
We had to.
Can you explain to the jury what you mean by that?
We didn't have all of the data in terms of what was asked for, but also in terms of what was available from different social media platforms. So as best we could, we had to recreate data that was available on the open web.
And did that effort take quite a bit of time between you and your team?
Tremendous.
Okay. And you racked up a bill for this? Sorry to put it so bluntly. But,
Yes.
and so can you tell the jury approximate how much all this costs?
As of the last month, I believe it was $158,000, roughly.
And so, did you have to spend an extensive amount of time trying to recreate documents that were not available from Infowars and Alex Jones?
Yes, we had to use what is known as the Wayback Machine. The Wayback Machine, you may have heard of it in other testimony, is a system where you can go back and look at an archive of what was available on the website. It takes quite a bit of time to go back and look at each one of those archives and then compile all of the data into one place.
And so if Infowars and Alex Jones had provided the full gamut of information, your charges would be substantially less, is that correct?
Objection.
Yes.
Let me rephrase it. How would the failure of Infowars to provide the full gamut of its documents have reflected in your charges?
Objection, Judge.
Overruled.
Our charges are based on time. The more time it takes to aggregate the data, the more it will cost. If the data is provided up front, we would require much less time to do all of that work.
Okay. Now you talked about, oh, by the way, in addition to consulting with various governmental and private organizations, have you also been called on to educate the next generation of, what would you call them, FBI agents and others?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury about how many, I call them FBI agents, but is it the broader?
Much broader,
okay,
yeah.
Can you just describe the nature of those that you've educated over the decades?
Yeah, since 2005, if I wasn't doing the analysis myself, oftentimes I and some of my colleagues would do training, and training was principally for law enforcement. I've trained tens of thousands of law enforcement officers. Many were FBI agents, but many were state and local law enforcement. I worked for LAPD, Los Angeles Police Department at one time, New Jersey State Police, have briefed many dozen times at different police departments around the country. And then the other part is the military and the U.S. intelligence community. I've acted as an instructor at the FBI Academy. I've also acted as an instructor for the U.S. intelligence community, and many times thousands of soldiers, airmen, Marines, sailors over the years I've done training for.
Okay. Can you just give us a category by category what types of things you train on?
Yes. Usually one of, three distinct kind of parts.
Okay.
Especially in the beginning, during the mid-2000s, it would be on terrorist and terrorist organizations and then counterterrorism processes for investigation. Through that, there usually was a great deal of intelligence and investigation training. That was kind of the second component, which is how do you actually evaluate a network? How do you understand an organization? How do you understand the motives, the financing, the operations of different illicit organizations, all the way from criminal groups to extremist groups, and then nation states. And then the third has been really over the last decade, which is about social media. As the rise of social media has occurred, all bad actors of all categories have gone to social media to do their activity. And by doing that, we're always trying to not only just understand, but train different people to understand how to understand what a network is doing on social media.
So to understand that, somebody needs to have the technological ability to understand the connections, is that right?
Yes, well, we do two versions of it. One, sort of the bare bones, just understanding the principles of the technology. The other is like how to actually use the technology.
Okay, and do some of these presentations last for days or?
Many days, they're full weeks sometimes.
Okay, so why don't we'll do the shorter.
Yes.
And by the way, is there a methodology that you and well, let's just keep it to you, that you have employed over the years in helping to figure out the four corners of how an organization operates?
Yes, we use several different ones, in terms of groups, but in terms of social media, I think relevant to here is how to advance an information campaign, which is called the 4 M's.
Okay. If you don't mind, I'd like you to take us through these 4 M's. And Your Honor, I'd ask the witness to step down. With the
I
court's
just need
permission.
Attorney Pattis to be able to see it too.
If Attorney Pattis could move over there, he could get a shot at this, but if I move it way back there, it's not going to be useful.
Well, what would you like to do, Attorney Pattis? Do you want to remain seated?
I've got my notes for this fellow.
Sure.
I don't want to be away from him.
Or we could take the morning recess now and figure it out. I think that's a good idea, so why don't we do that? We'll take our coffee break. Our morning recess. Ron will be in charge of your notepads. We'll continue to obey the rules of juror conduct, and we will resume at 11:32. All right, take a recess.
All right, please.
All right, I think we're ready for our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Am I good here, Judge?
As long as you're comfortable, you worked it out, good. Sir, I forgot to mention, if you have an Apple Watch or something, you need to turn it off. Welcome back. Doing my count to 10. All right, council stipulates that our entire panel has returned.
Yes.
All right, please be seated. Sir. Attorney Koskoff, whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we broke for our coffee break, you had explained something about the 4 M's to the jury. Do you recall that?
Correct.
And the 4 M's, and we're going to go over them in a second. Does this methodology apply to an evaluation of commercial purchases, goods, things like that?
Correct.
And these principles apply to organizations and government actors who may not be acting, well, like people who want to go to war with other countries that want to go to war with other countries?
That's correct. I use it to diagnose in either situation.
Okay, so they're broadly applicable, is that right?
Yes.
All right, so let's talk about these 4 M's and what, if it would help, and we've got this set up. If you wouldn't mind stepping down, I'll try to not incur the wrath of the court reporter here. Good. So first of all, can you talk about, make sure the jury can see you here. You can turn your back to me, but no. So what are the 4 M's that we were discussing?
Yeah, generally we're looking for 4 M's to try and diagnose essentially what the information is that's coming from a person or an organization. The 4 are, first, the message. So what is the message? What is it doing to try and engage with the audience? Is it exciting? Is it enraging? And if you're trying to enrage an audience to get them to mobilize or move or shift their belief, you tend to focus on things like fear, anger, and demonization. Directing that energy, that emotion, in a way that it focuses on a specific entity or a target. The second part is the message.
Hang on. Oh, sorry.
You want to talk message?
Well, I do. But you want to?
Sure. I'll lay them out.
Okay.
The next is the messenger.
I can't see this board.
A messenger is what makes a message move. Can they connect in an emotional way, in an exciting way, in an engaging way with the audience? What are the things that they do? So things that you look for is, does the messenger create an outsized audience, and how do they do that? Do they connect by being exciting in some cases? Charismatic or bombastic? Do they communicate in a way that brings the audience in? Through emotion. This could be jumping up and down with excitement. It could be crying or panting. It's communicating or essentially bringing the idea, the emotion to the audience and connecting it with the message. The next part we try to evaluate is the medium. By medium, it is essentially the type of communication. You might think of print for newspapers, audio for radio broadcast, video for any sort of television broadcast, or even video on the internet. Video is king. Video is king because it communicates emotion in a much more dramatic way. You can do it with others, but if you can do video and you can do it at a very high quality, then you can essentially communicate with the audience in a repetitive way. That's why you'll see whether it's television shows, news broadcasts, whatever it might be, they try and use a consistent format. The format is everything from colors and logos, quick cutaways, graphics, and embeds, meaning you take audio or visual from interviews, cutaways, charts, any sort of discussion that might be out of there, and you can cut that in. The medium matters because it differentiates anybody with their phone from somebody who can reach a wide audience. The last part that we look at is the method. Anyone can communicate one video one time in an emotional way on an emotional topic, but to do it over and over again, it's about just a few things. One is infrastructure. Repeating the process over and over, doing it on scale so that you hit a wide audience every day, that requires infrastructure. The next is a process. How do they get that information out there? Do they just host it on one single website? Do they use lots of websites? Do they use lots of websites with social media? And do they use that with other entities? And then the last part of method that is maybe the most important is analytics. Can the organization or entity evaluate the content that they're putting out and know whether it travels in the audience space? If they know what travels in the audience space, then it helps them build an idea about how to repeat it.
Okay, and thank you. What is, by the way, what about algorithms? Is that something, or is...
Yeah, so when I talk about analytics, analytics are essentially trying to understand the algorithms that are moving content around social media. So for example, in the social media space or even on an internet website, you can go through the analytics. You'll know who touches the content in terms of their demographics. That could be their age, that could be their sex, that could be in some cases their race or ethnicity. You can understand where they're located geographically. You can understand what time of day that they engage with that content. So it helps you understand when people use that information to then go ahead and create more information like it. Most importantly, particularly for businesses, analytics help them figure out how to sell more things. They can see the conversion from someone engaging with a piece of content, whatever it might be, and going ahead and doing what we call a behavior change, changing the way they act, meaning they do something based on the information they're consuming. It changes their belief and perception, could be around a product, could be around an idea, and then they convert that to actual action. In this case, with a business, it might be selling things. If it's for a cause, it could be showing up to participate in something. Or in the worst cases, when we look at violent groups that I've looked at over the last 20 years, it's a mobilization to violence. That's what we look for over time.
Okay, and so let's drill down a little bit on the message part of the equation. Can you give us an example of messages that promote something like fear or anger? Any examples that could help us understand the relationship between that and potential threats or harm?
Yeah, and a recent example over the last 6 months that I've worked on quite a bit, it's Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So they use messages of fear to excite people. When you're afraid, you tend to believe things sometimes that you would not normally believe. It raises your survival instincts. So in the case of Russia, they threaten nuclear war or chemical war. Next, in terms of anger, they'll make false allegations of the Ukrainians. Ukrainians did this when actually maybe they did. That is to make people enraged at home in the case of Russia. And that comes to demonization, which is it's not just good enough to raise people's fears. It's not just good enough to make them angry. You have to direct that. So they will make false claims about Ukrainians in packages all in one message.
And you talk, that's what you've observed recently?
Yes, last 6 months.
Okay, and can you give us an example of a false claim that demonizes a more specific individual or individuals?
Sure, and I think in terms of the one that we're here for today, that's a large reason why we're here, which is if you demonize an individual under false pretenses. For For example, if you say that they're acting or that an event didn't really occur, you anger them that they have been betrayed. This is under false pretenses, but it makes the audience angry. And then you strike fear in them, that it's an existential threat is what we say. It's if this threat is not dealt with, then you as an individual will not survive. It's a direct threat to your rights, your beliefs, whatever it might be in this cause. I think that's why we're here today.
Well, I want to stay now more general in these general principles, and I know you haven't done this before, but we'll get to that after we do this part of it. But are there examples, for example, outside of, general examples that you've encountered on this idea of a false narrative stirring up these kinds of emotions?
Yeah, I think in the case of Ukraine, they claim that the Ukrainians are Nazis. That stirs up emotions of World War II, for example, in Germany, which is where Russia and Germany battled during World War II. Ukraine was one of those places. They'll claim that the Ukrainians are Nazis. This falls apart upon inspection because they actually have a president of Jewish descent. It is really about trying to create this conspiracy that an entire country should be demonized, really to make them angry around why they should go and support this war.
Okay. And have they made more specific false narratives regarding citizens of Ukraine to stir up influence and manipulate?
Yeah, they make false stories about children being killed. Anytime you make targeted stories about children being killed, it tends to strike at emotions. They've done that in Ukraine repeatedly, false stories about children being killed by Ukrainian drones, false stories about the Ukrainians killing people as a false flag or a stunt to try and provoke the Russian aggression.
Okay. And so you and your team will look at the message when evaluating a situation, whether it's an organization or a private company or other motive where you're looking for somebody's motive or operations?
Correct. We're trying to understand what's the objective of the message. What are they trying to achieve?
Okay. And now let's talk about the messenger. Does the personality of the messenger matter in these analysis?
Absolutely. In many cases, particularly in the social media era, the messenger is more important than the message oftentimes. If you have an audience that comes to you for a message over and over again, you'll be able to push many messages because they have developed a very tight relationship with that messenger. So if they are exciting and charismatic, or if they speak in a way that communicates to the target audience, and they can do that in a repeated way, the audience will come back to them to try and get some sort of ascertain what the truth might be.
Okay. And is building trust a part of an effective messenger
Yes.
with their audience?
Yes. As a messenger, you want to build trust with the audience. If you're wanting to sell a product, you need to have the trust of the audience in order to convince them to buy a product. Or if you want to shape what they believe, you need to build trust with them as well, so that they will take your version of the truth as a messenger into that audience space.
And does the degree to which a messenger builds trust with the messenger's audience, no matter how many millions of people those are, factor into the effectiveness of, for example, selling products?
Absolutely. That's why you'll see oftentimes that if a company is trying to sell a product, they will have testimonials from messengers or people that have used the product. That is trying to build a trusted relationship. Or they'll do it for experts of various different types that might relate to a product. So if it's a healthcare product, they might have a doctor. If it's a car mechanic, they'll probably be talking about auto parts.
And just going back to demonization, you talking about an example of Russia telling false narratives about mothers killing children or something like that?
Yes.
Does that have, Your Honor, if there's an objection, what's the?
Yes. They're having a hard time sometimes picking up the objections on the sidebars. They may have to start excusing the jury, but what's the objection?
We're done with the chart. Can I get back to my
No, I'm not done with the chart.
I don't think it's appropriate to have him stand and sort of lecture people for 20, 30, 40
Well, he's
minutes.
using the chart, that's why I want to get the chart.
Well, I'd prefer to be in my seat, but I'm not going to make an issue of delay the trial. I'm not going to do that.
How long do you think?
I've
you
used
need
charts
to-
for 25
I know, just the configuration of the courtroom, so how long do you think he'll be? 10 minutes?
No case says he can't do it. I prefer to get back.
I know, it's easier to write. Well, how about this? As soon as you're done, have them sit down so that it's right. This is what,
I'll make do. I'll make do.
okay. Thank you for bearing with us with the sidebars. It really is so much quicker than having to get up and go in and come back, so it's much more efficient, so we appreciate your patience.
Okay, so and we were getting back to where we were. We were talking about demonization, and is there when somebody is demonized, a person or a group of people, have you studied and do you have expertise in how that exposes that person to potential harassment, threats, and physical harm?
Yes.
Can you just describe that to the jury?
Yeah, I think the reference that is most applicable in this case is a terrorist named Anwar al-Awlaki. He was really the first of Al-Qaeda's leaders to go to the social media space in a very large way. He was able to demonize Americans, but he also communicated with the audience, and he would not only just say these are his beliefs, but he would try and communicate to the audience about what they might do, which we call a call to action. Something you should consider doing. Anwar al-Awlaki would say, rather than coming and joining Al-Qaeda, you should stay at home in the United States and attack other Americans at home. What the result was is this messenger, by building that communication and that connection with the American audience, was able to, what we would say, recruit people at a distance. He planted the seed. Others would see that. They would try and communicate back with him as the leader, seeking guidance or targeting specifics. And then he would either condone or say, yes, this is something that you might pursue.
So just that's a lot of information. First of all, the gentleman's name again? Or?
Anwar al-Awlaki.
Al-Awlaki, okay. And is this something you had personal experience with
Yes.
Evaluating? Can you just tell the jury about?
Yes, I would evaluate the videos that would be out in the online environment. This is something anybody can see from their home at the time. And then I would evaluate what the audience response to that would be. So how much does that message show up out in the information space? How much does the audience take that message and then re-amplify it in the audience space? And then how many people actually call, comment, or say, we should do something as he is instructed, or this is a signal for me to do something.
And he, how do you pronounce his name again?
Al-Awlaki?
Al-Awlaki's, he was affiliated with Al-Qaeda?
Yes.
And when you see, did you with the, and tell me if you can't tell me this.
Yeah.
But did you study this organization?
Yes, I studied it, but this was Al-Qaeda writ large during my different stints at the FBI, but also on separate projects which were totally unclassified and open source, things that you could see from your house as well.
Now, do successful television personalities also carry characteristics of being effective messengers?
They have to. You will not be successful in television if you're not an effective messenger. And you'll oftentimes even hear the phrase, meant for television or meant for radio, meaning that they have some sort of characteristic about how they communicate that makes them particularly good at communicating in whatever that medium might be.
So in this case, so there are ways in which effective messengers use their platform in a way that doesn't promote harm or manipulation of others.
That's correct.
Okay, and it doesn't promote exploitation of customers by certain means.
Correct.
Products. Okay, so now let's talk a little bit about medium. You talked about video. I think you said video is king. Can you just describe that to the jury?
If you want to communicate with an audience, particularly in the social media era, video gets seen more often than things get read. It's much more easy for an audience to come onto video content and consume it. Second, it's a much more immersive experience. If you watch a video, you can understand all of the dimensions of it, as opposed to just simply reading or just simply listening. You can do all of those things. You can sense emotion, you can see emotion, you can see hand gestures, you can see the contours of people's faces. This also allows you to do other things, like cutaways, or speeding up or slowing down video, or cutting away to different graphics. So think of a radio show where they're trying to describe something that they see. It's much more difficult, but if you're an audience member consuming video, you can see what the person is talking about, you can see what they're pointing to. Much like now, this is much tougher for me to communicate to you if you can't actually see this chart.
And so video is effective in influencing behavior.
Yes, it's all the nonverbal cues that you can see.
And can a manipulation of a video also trigger fear, anger, demonization of human beings?
Yes, it allows for demonization for you to actually pick the target and show what the target is. In terms of anger, if you can change or manipulate video or cut it short or extend it long, slow the speed down, or even change the way that it's framed, all of that can change your understanding or make you more angry than what the video might actually be.
So for example, slowing down into slow motion, very slow motion.
I can't see the witness.
So for example, slowing down in very slow motion the speech or the address of a grieving father in the aftermath of his son's death, so that can be used to promote a false narrative, is that right?
Correct. It can change what the context of the event is or how people understand what actually happened.
Okay. And that can be done is that sometimes then done to stoke fear, anger, demonization of the target?
Correct. You can use any of those techniques in video to change the context of people's understanding, their perception of what actually occurred.
And when you are using these emotions, fear, anger, demonization against a target, do you have experience in, does that expose the target to increased risk of harm?
It does. If they have used information to change people's beliefs or perceptions, it will lead them at times to pursue harms against a target. If someone's been demonized, they could be the target of something under circumstances where the factual understanding, the real reality of what actually happened is changed, which leads them to do things they might not already consider, meaning they heard a call to action. They were told that something occurred because of a reason that is false. They may undertake an action because of that.
And have you observed and examined how these types of narratives lead to harassment in an online community?
Absolutely. The range is everything from harms against children. It can be involved in terms of criminal activity, mobilizing people to target an individual under false pretenses. Governments, foreign governments against the United States have used it to actually try and convince people of things that aren't true, to build anger within a population. And then I think the one consistently through my career is extremist, meaning that terrorist groups use this sort of information manipulation and make people angry to pursue things as a target.
So we got message, messenger, medium. So up as far as these three are concerned, is it? Can you tell us whether the more powerful and the message is conveying fear, anger, demonization, the more exciting, charismatic, bombastic, emotionally driven the messenger, and the more effective the medium, video, logo, the branding, what does that say?
Graphics.
Cutaways.
Graphics, cutaways, and embedding
emotions.
of other media inside.
Okay, and the more that saturates the public, the greater the potential for things like harassment, threats.
Correct.
Okay. And in terms of method, can you tell us about method?
Yeah, method is what distinguishes those with outside influence from those that just have a message one time or a messenger one time. So you could think through any organization that communicates in the media on any given day. They have infrastructure, they have the tools, and they have the manpower to actually build the content. Not only build the content, but host it. Not only host the content, but to disseminate it to a wide audience. Separately, they have a process for doing that, which it increases the speed at which they can communicate. So if you wanted to react, let's say, to an incident, and you wanted to do it in video, and you were by yourself, and you had to do all of those parts, content creation, editing, hosting, sharing, and distribution, that's very difficult to do without a dedicated process and a team to do it. And the last part is analytics. If you want to be prolific over time and sustain your audience engagement, you have to understand what your audience likes. You'll remember over the many decades of television, they have ratings. Ratings determine what kind of content that different television programs or networks would want to host. Based on those ratings, that's the shows that stay and endure, and poor ratings lead to shows that don't stay on and don't endure.
And can you just spend a little more time on what you mean by, I think you said proliferation over time? What role does that play in evaluating the efficacy of a structure like this?
Yeah, so if you want to change someone's belief or sell products and services over time, there are really three factors.
Do you want to flip it over? Or
Sure. It's solid, so I can write it at the top.
strong. Not that strong.
So when I'm evaluating with the team how prolific a network would be, I'm looking for three things. One is volume. Volume is nothing more than the total amount of content created by a messenger or the organization that's working with the messenger. Next is reach. Reach is about the audience, as in how many people actually saw the content. So I'll just jot a note here. Reach is about audience. Volume is about content creator. And the last one is time.
And what is the role of time here as you're using it?
Time is important for changing people's perceptions or beliefs or selling large volumes of whatever your product might be. Because if you can do it over time, your results will be that more dramatic. People tend to believe that which they see the most, meaning that which is created by a content creator in high volumes, that which they're exposed to in high volumes, and that which occurs over the largest period of time.
In terms of influencing human behavior, and not how so time works, what does that mean in terms of that part of it?
So time is essentially the longer you hear about something, the more likely you are to believe that you need to buy it, lease it, rent it, if it's a product, or that it changes your perceptions about reality. If you're hearing it over and over again, audiences tend to challenge and ask themselves, well, if I keep hearing it, then it must be true. It creates the inverse. This has long been part of advertising, which is how much advertising do you do, how much do people see it, and how long do you endure with your campaign?
So if somebody puts out one statement, or let's say somebody puts out one false narrative at one point in time, can that do significant harm in and of itself?
It can, but it has to reach a large audience.
Okay. And if somebody repeats that over time, is it as an expert in this, does that increase the risk exponentially?
Yes.
Okay. And does that also increase the efficacy of, for example, sales exponentially?
Correct.
Okay. So there's another part to this. I just want to get this done. Judge, thank you. I'm sorry. I was going to maybe just another bit of time here with a chart, and we'll get you back on the stand. But so we got to talk. Can you just now talk about social media, the internet?
Yes.
Some people call it interwebs. The whole and what their role is and what your experience is with that.
So the internet, just at a high level, is really undergone two generations. The first generation is, I'll just call it the World Wide Web, which came about in the 1990s and really extended to about the mid-2000s. The World Wide Web was a pull system, meaning you had to pull content. You had to find it. And that's why you'll see oftentimes a magnifying glass when you go to the internet to search, because you're trying to find content and then pull it to you. This was largely just internet websites that posted content there. Users would go, they either went direct to the website and typed it into the search bar, or they went to a search engine that you might be familiar with. Google, Bing, Yahoo, different search engines, which then help you find the content so that you can pull that to you. The next era, which is really the second decade of the internet, is social media. Social media, as I mentioned earlier, which I started focusing on it, really started in the mid-2000s. I like to use 2005. That was when I started being exposed to social media in terms of YouTube. And that was different because now you had internet websites, which I'll draw here, where users can still pull content But now we had new social media websites that started up. I'll just name some of them. There are many of them now. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and there are many others. When this occurred, it allowed all of us as internet users to create our own persona, our own identity on the internet. And that changed how everything worked. Because instead of just pulling, we could then subscribe to content, and internet websites could post their content on each of these platforms. And when they do, your friends, your followers, your coworkers, everybody you know on a social media site, everyone that you friend, they can now push content to you, which is different. So as a consumer, you can have content pushed to you. You can then also go and pull content from websites here, and then they can then repurpose, regenerate, and create content. So the key parts of social media are, one, it's a push system where content gets delivered to you, but not always by the creator of the content. It could be somebody that you know. In this period, you find the content. In the social media era, the content finds you.
And has the social media, you were in the trenches, so to speak, in this area of evaluating networks.
Yes.
And the advent of the social media, in the advent when social media was coming to its current state, right?
Correct.
And can you tell us what, if anything, that has done to the ability to disrupt disinformation and demonization and fear and anger, those kinds of things?
It makes it much harder. If you had just an internet website, just the internet, think of it as your home address in the digital world. People had to come to it to get things, to pull it. Nowadays, in the social media era, people can push it to each other. So even if this part went away, it's still hosted on those social media platforms. The social media platforms can then be subscribed to or viewed. It becomes much, much harder because the content creation becomes exponential, meaning it's not just one-to-one, one piece of content, one share. Now it's one to hundreds. It can take off on a life of its own. You or I as users can take that content, clip it out, screenshot it, talk about it. We can send that to other people that we know. That creates an additional and just massive amount of distribution of content over time.
So if a individual or an organization or a corporation, for example, like Infowars, had effective messaging, an effective messenger, an effective medium, and an infrastructure and effective method, does social media help those types of organizations expand exponentially their message?
Absolutely. If it's an effective message that engages with the audience, in the second era, when the social media era came to be, the audience can then be a redistributor of that content.
And so the audience becomes effectively a second messenger?
That's right. You can enlist the audience as additional messengers. So over time, if you wanted to use the 4 M's and you were trying to reach a wider and wider audience, for whatever your reason might be, you want to engage your audience in such a way that they also redistribute your content. They recruit other messengers that support what you are saying, whether it's about a product or it's about a belief system. Above that, you can receive information, tips and leads, or even donations or sales to help propel your infrastructure in your organization. All of those things help you sustain over time, and the more you can sustain, the more you can grow your audience. The more you grow your audience, the more you can challenge them and push your belief system on them. The more they change their beliefs, the more likely they are to undertake actions in the real world.
Okay. And so can you trace certain false narratives? Is there a ground zero? If somebody's let me withdraw the question, it's going off the rails. If there was an effective message, effective messenger, and effective medium with an infrastructure of deep roots going back to, say, 9/11 and tens of millions of listeners, that individual can affect secondary, tertiary, and what's four? Something. Four. It can affect everything down the line, correct?
Correct.
And but for that, all these things, that narrative may never take hold, correct?
Correct. This is what distinguishes an outsized influence, a messenger with enormous reach and enormous volume from just you or I or anybody who just holds up their phone and disseminates a message. Anyone can say a message, but does anyone hear it? Anyone can be a messenger, but does anyone pay attention? Anyone can produce content, but if it's not done well, if it's not done in a gripping and emotional way with video, it's probably not going to go very far. Just ask yourself, how many videos do you watch compared to how much you read? And last, if you can't repeat it over and over again, if you don't have the method down in terms of content creation, distribution, assessing what the effectiveness of it is, you won't endure over time. You'll largely be forgotten in the modern information space.
And in peddling a false narrative, do messengers, effective messengers, utilize others, for example, for roles as experts or anything like that?
Yes, whether it's a true or a false piece of information and you're trying to expand the reach of that audience over time, or you want to lend credibility or presume credibility to a false message, you would enlist other messengers. What would you look for? You would look for descriptors that would help add credence to it. So maybe it's a school safety officer or somebody who worked as a professor or in an institution. You would add those messengers there because they seem to have some sort of context related to whatever the message is.
And just one more question before I'll ask you to resume the stand, which is, can you tell us and the jury what role, if any, building loyalty and trust between the messenger and an audience of potentially tens of millions plays in this whole scheme?
If you are pushing false information into an information system, if there is no rebuttal, meaning the audience comes directly to that messenger and they believe everything is truth, there is no rebuttal, then there's nowhere for the truth to creep into the audience. Meaning it's impossible for them to consider an alternative explanation for something if they can't see it whatsoever.
And once a person's developed a belief in something, even if it's false, what do you know, if anything, about whether or not people can be moved off even false beliefs? What do you know, if anything?
Expertise.
Well, I think it goes to his.
Sorry.
Yeah, you talk about rebuttal. Like, what do you know, if anything, about how if somebody believes something, really believes something, that no matter, are there any facts? I mean, does that make it hard? Oof. Let me start this again. Have you had experience in learning about how human behavior of people who fully believe something that is false, and whether or not rebuttal, contradictory facts, other evidence moves people off their original position? Or
No, it's really about availability. So in terms of an audience, people tend to believe what they hear first, that's speed. What they hear the most, that's really in terms of method and volume. That which comes from a trusted messenger, which is building a loyal audience that comes back all the time and hearing no rebuttal or no challenge to that information. So if that happens over and over again, even if there is a rebuttal, but it's only one, and meanwhile there are 100 falsehoods spread about an individual, an entity, or an organization, people will have to weigh the body of evidence of which they heard. So 100 to 1, it's really about availability of information.
okay. Thank you very much. You can resume the stand. So, I want to go and I want to talk about first the infrastructure of Infowars / Alex Jones / Free Speech Systems prior to December 14th, 2012, okay?
Okay.
And you are familiar through your extensive analysis of this case with that infrastructure?
Yes.
And you studied how many infrastructures of different organizations over the years?
Dozens.
Okay. And can you tell the jury about, in general terms, just about the infrastructure of Infowars. Give us some scale and context.
Infowars, as what we would call an ecosystem, which includes the internet and social media, over the course of what we reviewed, involved several different websites, Infowars.com being the principal one that draws the largest amount of traffic, PrisonPlanet.tv being another one that drew sizable amounts of traffic. And it hosted content in nearly all forms, video, audio, and print. Separately, over the course of all of this period that we evaluate.
This was prior to 2012.
Yes.
Trying to make sure.
Sustained, so.
Yeah, so just to be clear, we're just talking about prior to December 14, 2012.
Correct.
And the reason that I'm just asking, you talked about how infrastructure plays a role in this whole analysis of influencing behavior and all that.
Yes.
And the greater, more secure the infrastructure, the more effective the message and the influence.
Yes.
Okay. And so we're just talking now before 2012. You know, what was how entrenched, what was the soil of the infrastructure at Alex Jones Enterprises?
It was a website with a select group or a few social media handles. Principally, they had YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter.
Now, it was YouTube and Facebook and Twitter weren't always available. Is that right?
Correct.
So, can you tell us a little bit about Infowars and Alex Jones prior to the advent of those social media platforms?
I would say the first decade of Infowars, it was about Infowars, the website, Infowars.com.
Okay. And did they use video? Granted, it may not have been as technologically feasible, but did they use video to promote narratives?
Correct.
Okay. And over the course of over a decade, did Infowars and Alex Jones build a dedicated and loyal following?
Which decade, Judge?
The decade before.
The 2000s.
Yeah, sorry, the decade before the Sandy Hook shooting.
Yes.
They had, by the time of the Sandy Hook shooting, it had Infowars built an audience of tens of millions.
Yes.
Okay, and how do you know that?
I reviewed the Google Analytics data that was provided. I looked at past iterations and Alexa ranks that were offered from the materials turned over as part of the case.
Okay, so you did receive some Google Analytics, is that correct?
Yes.
You just simply didn't receive complete Google Analytics?
Correct.
Okay. And from what you could ascertain, you can say that Infowars had developed a audience of tens of millions?
Yes.
Okay. And so in terms of infrastructure and the efficacy of a message and a campaign, what role does that play?
It sets up a stage where they can repeat the development of content in an ongoing way, which continues to bring consumers of that information day after day.
And is that, would it matter then if the first day that Alex Jones went on the air was on December 14, 2012, would it have been effective? How would that have affected?
Yeah, his message would not have been heard because he wouldn't have had time to build an audience.
That's that time factor.
Yes.
And does it take time to build trust in an audience?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of we'll just show what this looks like in numbers. I think it's 210. We talked about learning some information from Google Analytics to the extent that it was available, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so let's just show the jury in numbers what we're talking about.
What exhibit
Oh,
is it?
that's small. That's the.
Just for saying record, Judge, we're looking at 120.
Yeah, so this is the front page. I guess this is This is Exhibit 120.
Is that a full exhibit?
120 is a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Thank you.
210 must be another great exhibit. But can we go to Google Analytics and show the jury the analytics from 2012? So, there you go. And if you could just sort of maybe blow up the year totals. Oops, oh, now I forgot the columns. Okay, so let's go at the top to orient on the columns first. So, sessions. So sessions, this is some measurement of how well they're doing with their audience or engaging their audience?
Yes, that's the number of times a user comes to the website.
All right. I'm going to need this. All right. So we're on 2012.
Attorney Pascal.
Yes, sorry, Judge, I turned my back.
No, I don't,
Sorry.
I'm worried about Attorney Pattis, not myself. You're okay with that, Attorney Pattis?
Not yet. You know, if Attorney Pattis, if it's a matter, I can just move it all like that. Can you do that? There you go. Is that good?
It is.
Okay. So sessions, I'm going to I'll write large here.
I'm fine.
2012 sessions, 119,107,058. I'd like to start this chart over with the court's permission. All right, so this one. Okay, so sessions in 2012, 119,107,000. Of course, everybody can read it, but 107,058, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now we have something called users, and that is 49,029,029.
Correct.
313. And then we have page views, and that is 286 million. I'm just going to round it up because I'm running out of space. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this was, for the most part, this is the infrastructure that was in place at the time of the Sandy Hook shooting on December 14, 2012. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So can you just, as somebody who's studied networks and spheres of influence, can you just describe to the jury the scale of what we're talking about?
It's extremely large. Compared to other organizations or entities that I've looked at, to achieve, I think the middle number is the one to focus on, the 49 million. To achieve 49 million users in any given year is a massive audience.
Was there anybody operating in Alex Jones' sphere of influence, to your knowledge, having studied this, that came remotely close?
No, I'm sure there was what would be mainstream sort of television channels or something that might have that. ESPN would have many more, for example, I would guess, but no, I'm not familiar with others.
Okay. In fact, we'll look at media kits. You review media kits?
Yes.
And you've seen how Alex Jones compares to at least what was presented as his competition?
Correct.
And he was on top by far, correct?
He was.
All right, now, in terms, so this is now, do these numbers primarily capture what primarily capture the audience prior to Sandy Hook, given that Sandy Hook happened in the last 2 weeks of December?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's go to 2013. now we have 179, 324, 958, right?
Yes.
How are you at math?
I went to West Point. I can do it.
And can you give us a ballpark of that increase?
Over 1 year, that would be roughly 70,000, divided by 17. So a sizable number. You're talking about a sizable increase in audience, more than 50%.
I mean, I think I could have done that math.
Yeah.
Objection. Percentage? Yes, I'm sorry. And I'm going to cross-examine you on your math skills, but do you know about percentage-wise what this bump is?
It would be more than 50% audience share.
Okay. And then users goes from 49 million to 73,237,164.
Correct.
Another approximate bump of 50%.
About 50%, yes.
Okay. And then page views, 427 million. Let's do million. Is that another? That's another. That's actually another almost exactly 50%, right?
Correct. It's slightly larger, but page views is the function of that multiple of pages per session, 2.39.
So prior to the San Diego shooting, you were telling us about how outsized an audience he had, right? How large his reach was. Right?
Correct.
And how engaged they were in this with his presence online.
Yes.
And did that already sizable audience increase by approximately 50% according to Google Analytics?
Yes.
A year after?
In 1 year. Yes.
50%. Now, the jury has seen some videos of Alex Jones. We're not going to show all the videos, but is it your, first of all, to your knowledge, does this cover the entire operation of Alex Jones Incorporated, or is it specifically limited to Infowars?
It's the way I understand this chart, based on looking at it here, it's just based on Infowars, the website.
So this doesn't capture Facebook?
No.
It doesn't capture YouTube or Twitter or Reddit or?
No. It would capture potentially redirects off of those, but it doesn't capture all the views of that content on other platforms.
Okay. And but the 2012 numbers and the 2013 numbers, those are apples to apples, Infowars to Infowars?
Correct.
Okay. So it would be reasonable to say that the corresponding platforms also increased a similar?
Objection, Judge. Sustained.
I'm not even, oh, sorry, Judge. Okay, so in terms of the video, I do want to show you what the jury's already seen, which is our first video from Alex Jones on 12/14/12. 1E 2.0 in particular. So first I want to approach.
You may.
I can, if it's a 2.0, I can just explain it.
I'd like to hear it.
This is one that may have been edited. I've not had a chance to see it. It's the same. It's just a different. Would you like?
I tried to make it. All right, so we are going to take a 5-minute break, and Ron will bring you back, and I'll see you in 5 minutes. which is fine. You need a little more time?
No, not on the issue here.
You sure?
May I speak to Attorney Costoff and maybe able to reach an agreement?
Sure. Sir, do you need more water?
No, I'm good.
Okay, that's what we just had.
Yes, that's exactly.
So if you say those words, I'm going to type in my record.
If I just say the one.
If you're, the 2.0.
Yeah, no, I know. I was like, I felt it's just me being cute. No.
So why don't you just consider the following? One is I
I'm just gonna show.
think we've got an agreement, Judge.
Very well, so we're ready for the jury?
Let me just make sure we're ready. Sorry.
Okay. Ron.
So what happens?
You remind me. So if they say yes, let me know and I'll let you know.
This is the one.
Yes.
Okay, so.
So they have it upstairs. We have to make it for them.
Correct.
And they have to know about that. We need to make it. I mean, not you, whoever makes it, who makes it?
Here.
All right, well, maybe Decisions don't.
Judge, I think the issue was that 2.0 threw me. I didn't know if this was new material. It turned out to be simply an excerpt from something already admitted.
Is it all queued up? You ready for them to come out, or do you need another minute?
Yes. My apologies for confusing things, Judge.
Yes, we need another minute, or yes, we're ready to?
Oh, so, speaking of,
Wait, Ron.
I think we're good.
Good, okay. Thanks, Ron.
Whose phone is this?
That's not. Still just gonna go to 1 o'clock, Your Honor, notwithstanding the break we just took.
Good.
All right, the record will reflect that our entire panel is back. Please be seated, and whenever you're ready, Attorney Costoff.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. So, Mr. Watts, I'd like to show the jury and you a video that the jury's actually already seen, but ask you some questions about it. And just to set it up, I mean, is your understanding that the Sandy Hook shooting began at around 9:30, ended around 9:35, something like that?
Correct.
Okay. I want you to assume that Alex Jones, within 3 hours, had put together a show for Infowars that day, okay?
Yes.
And aired it that day.
Yes.
All right, and the jury's seen this, but I want to show it to you. Hang on one second. Okay, 1E. This is the first video by Alex Jones following the shooting.
They have hit the ground running in a build-up, and I said, this is the attack. Look, people got to find the clips the last 2 months. I said, they are launching attacks. They're getting ready. I can see them warming up with Obama. They've got a bigger majority in the Congress now, in the Senate. They are going to come after our guns, look for mass shootings. And then magically it happens. They are coming. They are coming. They are coming.
You've seen that video before?
Yes.
I want to ask you about when you're teaching other agents, investigators how to look into networks, telling about message. Can you tell us what, if anything, Alex Jones is employing here that is in furtherance of what you've described to the jury?
It's fear over loss of weapons, which he uses as the justification. He stokes anger by repeating that it was some sort of a plot, and he uses demonization by picking a target for his message, as in what the perpetrator is, or an existential threat to what they are behind, which he, in this case he says is taking weapons.
And in your career in intelligence and counterterrorism and the investigation of financial institutions, is this something you've seen before?
Yes.
He talks about they. They are coming, they are coming, they are coming. What, if anything, what is the significance of that, if anything, in terms of its influence on an audience?
It characterizes the situation as two parties, us versus them, and that there is some sort of pending or current conflict that's underway.
And is it, in this case, he didn't identify who they were, is that right?
Correct. He mentioned political figures at different times, but they is amorphous in the grand scheme of the video.
And what is the value, if anything, about designating they versus being more specific about who a messenger like this is talking about?
Using broad-based terms like they allows over time, if you're going to message over time, to encapsulate a larger audience under that pronoun.
And does it help stoke division, demonization, and anger and fear?
Yes, it communicates to the audience that it's you or us versus them or they.
And does it help cement the bond between...
This is all leading, Judge.
What, if anything, does it do to the relationship between the messenger, in this case Alex Jones, and his tens of millions of an audience?
When communicated, particularly on social media, it creates a community around this identity.
Okay. And in what, if in any way, does that affect the efficacy of, for example, pitching products?
If you can identify with a product or a service, or it's part of what you believe your larger community or social circles with, you're more enticed to actually acquire that product.
Okay. And I'd like to now show the rest of... Oh, let me ask you a couple more questions. Well, actually, let's see the rest of the clip first.
They've already taken over healthcare. The premiums are doubling. They're bankrupting that. They're already shipped GM to China. They are going to gut this country. They're going to shut down the power plants. They're going to bankrupt us. They are re-educating us. Just like we were Ukrainians and they're Russians. They want us bankrupt. They want the counties and the cities bankrupted and federalized. The feds themselves run by globalists. What does the new magazine say? You can get it by subscribing. You can get 12 issues. Great way. This man wants your guns. And I break down here, they're declaring war on the Second Amendment, period. They are declaring war on the Second Amendment, period. They are coming after our Second Amendment. It is happening. They want to kill America in 2013. That is their goal. That is what they want. They are moving to do it. Send your tips to Real Alex Jones on Twitter. Tell me what you think. Comment in the articles. I'll be reading what you're saying. We'll have more reports Sunday 4 to 6, and more reports tonight on the Nightly News 7 o'clock, prisonplanet.tv.
Okay, so in terms of the they again, you piece of they, are we any more clear about who the they are?
No.
And what are globalists?
It's basically a large, broad-based term that there is some sort of a global empire. It's never well defined, and oftentimes characters move in and out of what is seen as globalist or belief in a global system.
Okay, and this would have been within about 2 or 3 hours of the shooting, and is Alex Jones selling a product here as well?
Yes, he offers subscriptions to the magazine during the broadcast.
And what, if any, is the significance of him offering something for sale and for profit as he is sending a message of they are coming and they're going to take your guns and so forth?
He's communicating that if you want to understand the phenomenon which he's talking about, it's a fear-based message based on anger and resentment and demonizing a population, them. The way to understand that is through his subscription.
Okay. And he says, call in with your tips or something to that nature. Did you hear that?
Correct.
And can you describe what that does to this in this ecosystem of influence?
If you rely on your audience to also provide you tips, it allows for them to become part of what's going on. They become part of the production. It also at times can lead to rewards. Sometimes it's fame. They can be elevated in terms of status in their community. They could be put on air with Alex Jones or interviewed, or they could receive things in terms of even a job or monetary compensation potentially.
And is that one of the ways in which commercial enterprises might engage somebody to make a purchase they might not otherwise make?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, does that do to the relationship between the messenger and the audience?
It creates a system where there's some sort of incentive to engage, meaning that if there's a call out there to provide tips or to do something, a call to action, it enables the audience to become part of the story, or in some cases to become part of the infrastructure.
And from time to time, through your evaluation of the evidence in this case, does Alex Jones take those tips and promote them to his tens of millions of listeners?
Yes, it increases the messages and the messengers.
Okay. And does Alex Jones operate as a kind of a hub for promoting? Never mind. All right. So we were talking about the importance of reach. You remember that? And volume.
Yes.
And I want to show you some information. One of the things that you were provided, weren't you, were something called media kits.
Correct.
And if we could pull up 216.
That is a full exhibit.
It is a full exhibit. The jury's seen parts of this. What is a media kit?
A media kit is something you would distribute to potential advertisers or entities that might want to do sales, by with or through your website or your platform.
Now, if we could turn to, and this was a media kit that was put out, by, if you go up to the upper left, Alex Jones, Infowars, Free Speech Systems, correct?
Correct.
And if you go to first page, it's page 1286. There we go. Go ahead of me. That's Alex Jones in a pensive thought shot. Is that right?
Appears so.
Okay. And he's if you back up to see the headline, it says "The House That Truth Built." Do you know whether that's a play on words on the house that Ruth built, Yankee Stadium? Well,
Yes, it could be. Sounds familiar.
not a Yankee fan. All right, and is borrowing from popular culture one of the things that influencers do like this to get their message out.
It is. It helps the audience identify with the content.
Right. Okay. So a baseball fan who might know what this term would be might be drawn more to this gentleman.
Objection, Judge.
I would try. This says that Meet Free Speech Systems LLC owner, documentary filmmaker, nationally syndicated radio talk show host Alex Jones, correct?
Yes.
All right. What, if anything, does promoting documentary film, what is the purpose of that?
It both spreads the message that a documentary filmmaker wants to make, and it also can increase sales if it's for sale.
And if I'm not mistaken, a feature film is a fictionalized account?
Yes.
And a documentary is
non-fiction.
What is a documentary?
It tries to account for something that happened in the real world.
Okay. So it covers something that's true, actually happened.
Correct.
Okay. And if we can go to the second page of that, or the bottom, sorry. Says, excuse me, sorry. And you've reviewed this media kit before, materials,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And this says topping the charts, kings of their domains. And what does that refer to?
It means, the way I understand it, that the platforms of free speech systems are at the top of the charts. And in terms of domains, that's websites. Domains usually refers to a website.
Okay. And by the way, what is the purpose of a media kit like this?
It's to entice people to either broadcast or advertise. If it's a radio show, you might want to increase your syndication. If it's a website, it might be a way to rehost or sell products and services.
So this is something that's used for commercial purposes to make money
Yes.
and to increase the bottom line?
Yes, it's promotional.
Okay. And when it comes to promoting Infowars to advertisers, Infowars promoted their numbers, correct?
Correct.
And do you understand that those numbers came from, do you understand whether, sorry, I'll rephrase it, withdraw. Do you understand whether those numbers came from Google Analytics that they've told the court and jury and us today that they didn't use?
Compound leading.
Okay, let me rephrase it. Do you understand whether those numbers come from Google Analytics that they claim not to have ever used?
Objection, compound, argumentative, leading.
All right, so why don't we, it's almost one.
Did I get it?
Why don't we rephrase the question?
Do you understand whether those numbers that they are using to promote their product to potential advertisers to increase their bottom line come from Google Analytics?
Based on what I'm reading, I believe those to be Google Analytics numbers at the top, and Alexa ranks in terms of the rankings.
Okay. So based on the evidence you've received, did Google, this would support that, or does this indicate that when it came to bringing money in, Infowars used Google Analytics?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of Infowars' relationship to other, what do you call these things? Websites, I guess, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Infowars and Prison Planet, what is Prison Planet, to your understanding?
It's just another website from the network of websites that they run.
Okay, so it's like a sister website? Or?
Yes. Yeah, so it also referred to as a mere sister website.
By the way, what is, in terms of the infrastructure you're talking about, that and the reach, what does this tell you about that infrastructure as of the time of the Sandy Hook shooting?
That they had redundancy in their system, meaning they could host content on one or more places, and they could host the same content in two different places or more.
Okay, to what value is that of a for-profit company like Infowars?
It creates redundancy, just like you would have a backup generator in your house for electricity. It allows you to have multiple websites, so that if hosting went down on one website, you'd still have one that was up that people could access.
And does it provide like a different doorway to the information, or is it?
It does.
Backup?
You could create varied content, potentially for different audiences, depending on what the analytics were. At the same point, it just gives you multiple domains that you can operate.
And Prison Planet, well, Infowars, according to this chart, shows it standing out from the rest. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you know why they put up these particular networks up or websites up in this media kit?
I would imagine, although
If you don't know, you don't know.
I don't know specifically. I have thoughts.
That's fine. And Prison Planet itself was comparable, looks like, or actually beating out RushLimbaugh.com. Okay. Let me rephrase it. According to this chart, was Prison Planet beating Rush Limbaugh itself?
Yes.
Okay. And we went through this the other day, but are you familiar with Glenn Beck, Rush Limbaugh, Newsmax, and WND?
Glenn Beck, Rush Limbaugh, Newsmax. Yes,
Okay.
I've heard of WND.
Okay. Who is Rush? Who is or was Rush Limbaugh?
He was a very successful conservative radio broadcaster.
And was he in his day very controversial?
He was controversial at times.
Okay. And did you and your team evaluate whether or not Rush Limbaugh ever manufactured or passed any false narratives about these Sandy Hook families being actors?
Well, I did look, but no, I saw no evidence of that.
Okay. What about Glenn Beck? Is he also a controversial, what do you call it, personality?
Yes, he was on television and he does radio and internet broadcasts. He's sometimes known to be controversial.
Was Glenn Beck on the air within 3 hours talking about cover-ups and using this staging a shooting to grab people's guns?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did Glenn Beck ever manufacture or give weight to any opinions of others that question or accuse these families of being actors?
No, not that I'm aware of.
How about Newsmax? Newsmax, is that long? What is Newsmax?
It's a news website broadcasting.
Was Newsmax on the air within 3 hours questioning the motives of Sandy Hook?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was Newsmax on the air within 3 hours saying they're coming for your guns?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was Newsmax on the air within 3 hours stoking fear, anger, and demonization?
No, not that I'm aware of.
We can break here for lunch if that works.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so we will take our 1 hour lunch break. You'll continue, of course, to strictly obey those rules of juror conduct. In particular, make sure you avoid any media, anyone associated with this case. Ron will safeguard your notebooks, and we will start promptly at 2 p.m. So please make sure you get back around 5 minutes up, okay? Take the recess.
All right, please.
Ron, do we need more water in the picture, or are we good? Okay, is there water in that picture, sir? Do you
There
need
is.
more? Okay,
I'm good. Thank you.
thank you. Welcome back. Hope everyone had a nice lunch break. You're like the paper passer on the school. All right, council stipulate that the entire panel has returned.
Yes.
Please be seated. Get yourself situated there. You may inquire Attorney Paskoff whenever you're ready to resume.
Thank you, Judge Bellis.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Watts. Continued afternoon. So when we broke, we were going over some of the numbers. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You told us that the reach, that the part of the methodology in assessing the influence of an operation like Infowars is measuring the reach, right?
Correct.
And the audience and the engagement of the audience, things like that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And media kits, I think you said, were a way to promote essentially why an advertiser should pay, in this case, Infowars, money to advertise on their site, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so if we could pull up Media Kit, again, this is Exhibit 216, sorry, the 2014 Media Kit. All right, I think we talked about those. Remember, we talked about kings of their domains topping the charts, and we went over numbers, at least as it relates to the other, I guess this other websites, correct?
Correct.
All right, and if we look at, on the upper left, it says Infowars, over 19 million visitors per month, correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's just get that nice and big for the, oh, that's good. How did it go smaller? But we'll do, oh, there, that's good. Over 19 million visitors per month, over 7 million unique visitors per month, and 40 million page views per month, correct?
Correct.
And those were 2014 numbers?
Yes.
Can we back up? And the jury will have this, I think I mentioned this is Exhibit 216. And this is their sister site, is that right?
Yes.
I think you said that the purpose of something like this was for redundancy?
It is often for redundancy, just that if one website were to have malfunctions or go down, you'd have different places where people can find your content.
And is creating a redundant website the kind of thing that a company that knows exactly what it's doing does to promote its brand?
Objection to the form, Judge.
Well, what if anything does creating a redundant website, for example, say about an organization?
It suggests sophistication in terms of its method, which I had talked about earlier, in terms of its infrastructure, the size and scale of its infrastructure, and also in terms of its process, how they go about uploading content to the internet so that they can reach the widest audience potentially. I think that's why you see the two different categories here in this document.
Okay. And now let's go to just we're giving a flavor of the reach and the audience and influence to 260, Media Kit 217. And this is the 2016 media kit, correct?
Correct.
Can we go to page 1? Still the house that Truth built. A different picture?
It is.
Okay. And what is the significance, if any, of this withdrawn? In your evaluation of the evidence, did you see Infowars and how it promoted, whether it was a news agency or whether it or something else?
I think it was trying to demonstrate its reach by showing all of the outlets that you see there on the left.
Okay. And is truth here expressed in, sorry. Okay, we'll go to this. And what is, can you just back out, Tika? Sorry. Here, Alec, any value to the idea that, or withdrawn, what is the use of the word truth in Alex Jones' promotional material or how he uses it to his audience?
It's how he communicates to his audience what he is intending them to believe.
Okay. And does he promote his news as the truth?
Yes.
Okay. If we can go to the next, the numbers here. All right, let's blow up. Yeah. So let's do the numbers on top. And this shows, does this show Alex Jones' sort of sphere of influence, snapshot of his sphere of influence in 2016?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so this is 40 million monthly page views, 6.5 million unique visitors. What's a unique visitor?
That means that it's an individual user that comes that doesn't double count. Essentially, if you go to the website twice in a given month, in this case, you're still only counted as one.
Got it. Okay. And if you go down to the bottom part of this, let's get the numbers. And this is 2016, and this is exhibit 217. So radio, 150 plus domestic affiliates. Is that right?
Correct.
And as part of your review of this case, did you review data regarding Mr. Jones' radio arm of his network?
Some, not as in depth as the internet based, but yes.
Were you provided with information as to at least that as to whether or not Sandy Hook content was carried on the radio station on numerous occasions?
Yes.
Okay. And this just repeats the 40 million pages. YouTube, it's up to now 500 million views. Is that right?
Correct.
Audio stream. What's an audio stream?
This would be a web-based broadcast. So instead of radio, it is a radio broadcast that goes through the internet is a way to think of it. Could be a podcast, could be direct from website, could take different forms.
Okay, you were talking about medium. I think you said video is king, right?
Correct.
Does that mean that there's no value in the influence world to audio?
No.
In other words, if you have audio, does that take away from video? Or?
No. Video is just more engaging as a medium emotionally, but much can be achieved in terms of audio as well.
Okay. And so he had an audio presence at 150 plus radio affiliates around the country. He did streaming, he did podcasting, correct?
Correct.
And then it talks about social media, 1.6 billion. Do you know what that refers to?
Based on the media kit, it's difficult to ascertain because the words sometimes are different. But
based on your review,
it's 1.6 billion essentially views of content in one form or another.
1.6 billion people. How many? I said people, but how many people are there in the world?
Right now, I don't have the exact number. Somewhere between 6 and 7 billion would be my estimate.
Okay. And how many people in the U.S.?
Roughly 350 million.
Okay. I won't ask you to do that math.
I don't have the exact numbers.
Okay. And in terms of, I think that does this give a fair snapshot of the evidence that you've seen concerning their reach, their influence, and their audience and their methodology in 2016?
Yes.
All right, and let's go to 17A, and I'm going to show you something I want to ask you about it. I believe the jury's seen this.
This is a video, 17A?
17A, yes, Ron.
Thank you.
Ferraro.
It's happening now. It will decide the fate of humanity. The time to choose sides has come. We are the resistance. We are the Infowars. So here's the headline: School board shuts down conspiracy theorists. Now, they've shot footage of this, and Wolfgang's making a documentary. He said he'll send us.
First of all, I want to just, for the record, that that's titled "The Bombshell Sandy Hook Massacre Was an Illusion." You've seen that video before, right?
Yes.
And just in terms of what you were talking about before, where was it? You talk about like this, the message, first of all, that introductory to this Infowars news, what message is that sending that is significant to you as somebody who has experience in evaluating influence and manipulation?
It's fear-based, it's incitement, it's couching the current situation as a conflict, an existential threat, and centering this network and its broadcast is central to that conflict.
And when you say conflict, is that war?
It is called a war in the broadcast.
Okay. And all right, let's move on to. I think I wanted to ask you about the production value too. You talked about logos, cutaways, graphics. What does this tell you about the degree of professionalism of this organization, this news organization?
Extremely well done, integrated music and audio. In terms of all the visual and graphics, it's dynamic graphics. In terms of the logo, it redirects to the website, which builds a synergy between the different mediums and what they're trying to achieve. Highly effective in terms of content production, not easily done by just anyone. It usually takes an organization to do that.
Okay. Now, I'd like to now go to exhibit 67, if we can.
I'm sorry, sir.
67, this is the September 24, 2014 article. The jury's seen this, exhibit 67.
It is a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And if we could, now this was an article that the jury was shown, I believe, the end of last week. And this was, FBI says no one killed at Sandy Hook. See that?
Correct.
You've seen this article before.
Yes.
Is that right? And do you know whether or not Infowars would have some type of a advanced preview of a big blockbuster news by issuing an article?
No, I would not.
Okay. And in terms of this article, let's now show, in this article, this article is clearly about the Sandy Hook
Yes.
shooting, right? And I want you to assume, by the way, that Brittany Paz did testify that Free Speech Systems agrees that this was a false lie article, okay?
Yes, I understand.
And so if we can now show 19J.
That is a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Thank you. September 25th, this will be the accompanying program here.
Well, that's what tyrants always do. They push a little too far and find out people weren't scared. We were just reserved. And then the boys from the men are separated and the thugs always fall. SandyHookJustice.com. Folks, get in there and help this investigation. Fund it. Wolfgang, we'll talk to you soon.
We can just talk past positive. Sandy Hook Justice. What is the value to you of him claiming justice in the relationship to Sandy Hook, to his audience?
Objection, who, Judge?
Alex Jones.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
What is the significance of Alex Jones promoting justice for Sandy Hook to his audience?
And so doing that, he's saying that there was an injustice around Sandy Hook. He's making that claim.
And what was his injustice that he was talking about?
He's saying that Sandy Hook did not occur. Several different conspiracies that are bundled in there, that the parents were actors And in the case of Mr. Halbig there, who was up in it, in that same video, he's also advancing similar conspiracies.
And yet that's what he's promoting to his audience as justice.
Yes.
And sandyhookjustice.org, is that a Wolfgang Halbig website?
Yes, as I understand it.
Okay. Now, you talked about the messenger before, correct?
Correct.
Now, who is the messenger? Who's the head messenger here?
Alex Jones.
Okay. Now, you talked about how the messenger will sometimes engage others to help. What's the right word? To help advance the message or
To
enhance it.
You'll see propagandists when they're doing things like this or trying to spread false conspiracies, false information. They'll bring in other messengers, which tends to build a larger audience, number one, but it also tries to reinforce or provide additional evidence to support the false information.
Okay. And do you know whether or not Alex Jones was holding Wolfgang Halbig out as some kind of an expert? Do you know that?
I'll withdraw that.
He was, from the videos that I've watched.
Now, did Wolfgang Halbig have an audience of tens of millions of people?
No.
Did Wolfgang Halbig have a robust Facebook account that over 1 billion people would see?
No.
Regularly? Okay. So, what would you call the role of a Wolfgang Halbig type in this situation from the security standpoint or the influence standpoint?
Halbig reinforces the message of Alex Jones, which gives the appearance that there are multiple people that agree with the position that Alex Jones is referencing. It also, at the same point, provides that incentive, which I talked about before lunch, which is it incentivizes other people to gain information, create information, or present things so that they either can be on air in terms of Alex Jones, or they can drive more traffic to their website. In this case, he mentions Halbig's website.
Okay. So we got 924. The one. Can I get a chart? All right. While I'm getting my pens in order, why don't we play the rest of this video?
Show live captions at Infowars.com/show.
You'll find links to all of our content there and a free 15-day trial to Investment Planet TV.
More than 60 movies and documentaries all in one place at Infowars.com/show.
Here to break down some exciting developments in the area of research concerning supplemental iodine. It's nothing less than phenomenal. I began to get into iodine a few years ago because it was helping me and my family so much get healthy and detoxify. And I used some of the mainline iodine supplements and they upset my stomach and I had some issues with it. Until I discovered a product being developed by Dr. Group, who I was already interviewing as an expert on my radio show, and I began taking the product before he actually rolled it out. You now know it as Survival Shield, true nascent iodine that your body can really absorb.
You talked about activating the sort of emotional, where is it? The conflict, war, fear, conflict kind of situation, and the production values. And do you have an opinion, or did you draw any conclusions by how Mr. Jones uses these messages to sell products like iodine?
In this case, he's discussing Sandy Hook and trying to draw attention to it. He's also elevating another messenger who's reinforcing his beliefs, but then quickly transitions to sales, in this case, trying to sell products. So the idea is very straightforward with a media entity like this, which is try and bring more eyeballs, more viewers onto content, and then if you can bring more viewers onto content, you can bring them onto solicitations and ads such as this.
Mm-hmm. And you talked about the value of time in relationship to a message and its efficacy, right?
Correct.
And we showed earlier some previous coverage of Sandy Hook, right?
Yes.
And so, in your review, did you note that whether or not Mr. Jones repeatedly went back to Sandy Hook to draw listeners.
Yes,
you know-
over many years he discussed Sandy Hook.
And do you know whether or not, as a matter of years, Mr. Jones tried to hawk products as a result of the Sandy Hook shooting in his story?
Objection, argumentative form.
I'll withdraw it. Do you know whether or not, did you draw any conclusions as to whether Mr. Alex Jones used the Sandy Hook shooting to drive profit for his company?
If he was talking about Sandy Hook over and over to create engagement with his audience, that engagement was designed to bring more sales over time.
And in fact, why don't we show some evidence of that? If we can draw up the, oh, sorry, I started to write down. Got my pen. So we just showed the jury the 9/24/14 article, right?
Correct.
FBI says nobody killed at Sandy Hook, right?
Yes.
The 9/25 video we just saw, right?
Yes.
Promoting that same lie, correct?
Yes.
By the way, Mr. Jones, Mr. Jones says that Sandy Hook didn't happen, nobody killed, is that true?
Could you say that again?
He said it is true, right? But people did die at Sandy Hook, right?
Yes.
There were children who died at Sandy Hook, right?
Correct.
And it's not, there are different levels, are there different levels of lies, for example?
Objection.
Do you know, let me ask you, let me withdraw that question. Are there different kind of levels of lies?
Objection, Judge.
Let me rephrase. Are all lies the same?
Objection. The expertise, I don't know if I want to hear
I'm setting it up. I'm not.
I'll allow it.
Okay.
Could you restate that?
No, thank you. Well, were you taught when you were growing up not to lie?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever lied to a telemarketer who asked whether
Objection, Judge. Relevance.
Have you been?
I'm going to allow it.
Have you ever lied to a telemarketer who calls and asks for you and says that person's not here?
Yes.
Okay. Is that on the same par as creating a false narrative that the parents of children who are killed are making that up?
Objection,
No.
Judge.
For money?
Sustained.
Move to strike.
So ordered.
Do you know whether or not parents or withdrawn? You talked about targets, right? Earlier.
Yes.
Who are the targets in this false narrative?
The false narrative promoted by Mr. Jones and stated by Mr. Jones.
Yes.
That would be the parents of the Sandy Hook victims.
Can those parents change the channel if they don't like what Mr. Jones says?
Not in a social media world.
Now, let's show, if we can, Plaintiff's Exhibit 135. Jury's seen this.
This is a full exhibit.
It is, yes, Ron. Okay, now just to orient, so the jury's seen this. This is Exhibit 135, and this was just an email that had an attachment of some Google Analytics. Is that your understanding?
Correct.
Okay, and in terms of these analytics, let's go to the next page. Okay, so we're going to just reorient the jury to these three pie charts, and then we're going to look at them side by side, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so just to reorient, these Google Analytics, what do they show? They show, this is just the different means by which people are accessing the Infowars content?
Yes.
Okay, So September 23rd, and they're associated with numbers, is that right?
Yes.
Can we show the numbers, for example, September 23rd? So these are the sessions and other data by direct, organic, social, referral, correct?
Correct.
All right. And is there a total? No, okay, we do math. But let's go down to the 24th. Okay, now the 24th is what we just showed the jury was when the article came out, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this shows, does this show an increasing pie chart from the social media?
It does. The difference is the colors, but the labels are different.
Okay. And then let's go to the numbers here. And does this show growth? How would you characterize the growth of the attention that was drawn on this day?
Significant and different from the previous day.
Okay. And then if we go, and the jury will have this, it is Exhibit 135. And then if we go to the next day, 9/25, now you have a significant, does this reflect a growth in the social media percentage of the pie?
Yes, the way people arrive at the content is more through social each day. Social engagement meaning social media.
Okay. Okay. All right, we're going to go to, now we're going to do this, we'll pull up a side-by-side, all from Exhibit 135. Can we make that any bigger? Is that, okay. So the social media on the 23rd, let's see, socials in red, so that's 24%.
Correct.
The 24th social is in blue, 54%, right?
Yes.
And by the 25th, after the program, which said, the FBI said, no kids
It's all
killed.
leading objection.
Okay, well, I'll rephrase. And what was the percentage on the 25th?
The 25th,
I can't.
read it here.
I can't even see.
You can zoom in on the 25th.
Okay.
66.3%.
And can we do the numbers? I'm going to show you now. I'm going to ask you about the numbers. Okay, which is the top number. So the top number on the 20th, is at the 23rd is what?
543,688.
Hold on a second. One more time.
543,688.
Okay, 9/24.
$1,078,328.
Okay, and how about 9/25?
$1,786,982.
So it went from 543,000 and change from before this story about the FBI saying nobody died at Sandy Hook, correct?
Correct.
To 1.7 million, was 1.8 million 2 days later after the article and the video coverage.
Yes.
And the pie, what does that tell us about how that spread?
It tells us that the message in this case spread due to the use of social media, that over the difference between those numbers, the increase dramatically came from social media engagement, people seeing content on social media and then redirecting back to this original source.
Now, you used the word, I think you used the word conversion earlier.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what a conversion is?
A conversion would be the ability to put out content into social media and then get that to redirect back to your website. So, for example, you have a website, you put up a piece of content, that content is shared out onto social media. You're trying to convert people into users that come to the website. And the goal in that would be also to convert people into sales if you're trying to sell something via that website.
And is there some principle, is there a relationship in your, are you familiar with any relationship between conversion, the amount of, withdrawn? Are you familiar with any relationship between the amount of people coming to a website and it's resulting in a conversion to a sale?
A general rule is the more people that visit a website, the greater the odds that they will be converted into sales or click on any sort of advertising.
Okay. And by the way, those clips, the clips that we just saw where Mr. Jones is talking about Sandy Hook being a hoax, nobody died, and then he's selling this product. Do you know whether or not those clips were made and packaged and put out on other social media networks or promoted in any other way?
Yes, the video clips were put out on many social media platforms depending on the year. During that time period, it was principally YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook.
Okay. And an Infowars site also has the clips, or do you know whether do you know whether or not they
Yes.
Also, okay. And I want to ask you about the money. The money. Can we pull up Exhibit 278?
I'm sorry, number, sir?
Exhibit 278.
Thank you.
That is a full exhibit.
All right. So let's go to September 24th. Sorry, why don't we do September 23rd? I'll go back. So on September, I'm sorry. There we go. On September 23rd, the site, at least this particular store, did how much business?
56,597.27 cents.
And that corresponds with an audience, I guess a count of 543,000.
Yes, traffic of 543,000 roughly.
Now, on September 24th, what was that number?
48,229.61 cents.
And then on September 25th?
$232,825.10.
And we showed the jury that this was attached, this Google Analytics, which Infowars has claimed they don't use, was attached in email. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is that how you were provided with this information? It was attached to an email?
That's how I came to this Google Analytics. Yes.
Infowars never shared their data set, did they?
No.
Objection.
Do you know?
That was called for hearsay from him.
Do you know whether or not do you have access to Infowars data set of Google Analytics?
I do not have all Google Analytics data from Infowars.
What is a data set?
That would include all of the data which could be downloaded into spreadsheets. So you can receive reports. That would be what we saw in that exhibit as a report, which is a snapshot. The data from Google Analytics can also be downloaded or aggregated and used to do analysis as well.
And if you were doing a complete and thorough and rigorous forensic exam, do you want that data set?
Yes.
Can you explain why?
That would be, if I had the data, all of it, I'd be able to understand better the conversion, meaning what views, what sort of content led from one place to another on the website, and did that lead from more engagements on the website or views, impressions, did that lead to more clicks on sales?
Okay. But you had enough information because they attached it to an email here to draw some relationship in this case?
Correct. For 3 days.
Okay. Now, were you in court earlier when Ms. Paz, the corporate representative that Free Speech Systems selected as the person most knowledgeable about the corporation, testify here, talked about trying to get information out of Alex Jones?
Yes.
Okay. She said she was having a hard time, right?
Yes, she illustrated through her conversation it was difficult to get all of the information.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Alex Jones had any problem, or does the evidence show whether or not Alex Jones had any problem finding out exactly how much money they were making at any hour of the day in real life?
No, based on that spreadsheet, no.
Okay. So let's bring up Exhibit 195.
That is a full exhibit?
Yeah, these are, I think, just for the record, this is I guess, a pile of text messages, but I want to particularly bring up page 25 from that exhibit. And if we could highlight, this is a text exchange between Alex Jones and Tim Fruget. Who's the e-commerce manager at Infowars. What is e-commerce, by the way?
That would be through websites, electronic.
Okay. This is a text message sent. TF would be Tim Fruget, the e-commerce director. And can you just go up a little bit, Pratika? Okay. So do you know whether or not this is Tim Fruget sharing stated up-to-the-minute reports on how Infowars was doing selling their products?
Yes, based on the times and the days that he's reporting in the text chain, yes.
By the way, there's an audio file. Can you just go down, Pratika? AP is Alex P. Jones or Alex Jones? Do you know what AP is?
I don't, based on this.
Okay, sorry, free speech. It's admitted that AP is Alex Jones. Do we have the audio or not? We don't have the audio. All right, but does this indicate that at any given time, at least at this time period, that Alex Jones, if you wanted to, could find out what the latest numbers were?
Yes, even by product.
Okay, by product. But we heard Ms. Paz. Now, Ms. Paz, you heard some of her testimony, I think, the other day and today. Is that right?
Objection, commenting on the witness.
Do you know what
testimony of another objection?
Well, you can keep it. It's a record.
The question was whether he heard it.
Yes, I heard it this morning.
And Ms. Paz was talking about how chaotic things were.
Objection, meeting again.
Do you know what was you're also familiar with the testimony that you gave in this case, right?
Yes.
I want you to assume that Ms. Paz shared the view that, or withdrawn. I want you to assume that Ms. Paz discussed her difficulties getting information out of Infowars, and on cross-examination, direct examination by her own lawyer, presented a chaotic view of what was going on where nobody really knew what was happening at any given time. Okay?
Correct. That's what I heard this morning.
Does this evidence, though, not the argument, does the evidence support that or not?
Objection, argumentative, Judge.
All right.
Overruled.
This evidence here shows that he was very aware of the performance of the business.
Okay. And in fact, let's show now the next text, page 32. Let's see what we got here. All right. Now this is Tim Fruget, e-commerce director. We ended up about 800K yesterday. Going to take me a bit to calculate what percentage of that was food, but it's looking like about 650 to 7K in food sales. We are already over 100K at 6:45 this morning. Crazy emoji. Oh, it says sent to Tim J by Alex Jones, right?
Correct.
Is that, it's an emoji?
Yes.
It's a, I don't know what the emoji means. It's not
That would
praying,
be
is it?
prayer and thumbs up.
Okay. And then some ghost sticking his tongue out. But does this indicate that, again, is this evidence a operation that really has no idea what it's doing, where everything is accidental?
I do not think so.
Now, just to go back to some of the evidence, not what Ms. Paz presented, but actual evidence here. The David Jones, I'll withdraw it. Okay, I'll withdraw it. I'd like to show and introduce testimony from Tim Fruget first, a clip from his deposition, sworn deposition on January 14th, 2022. And that, I believe, is that.
That's 363, Judge.
I believe that's the number I have.
Depositions 363.
Okay, we'd like to play a short clip of Tim Fruget.
That is not a full exhibit.
That is not a full exhibit, so we can't yet. So we would offer it as it's an admission of the parties.
May I speak to Attorney Manny for a moment?
Sure.
We had an agreement on designations prior to trial, Judge, no objection.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, 3D card just looks to do a good job for you guys in supporting the InfoWarsShop.com website. Why create a whole different website? Why not just have somebody else come in to, you know, be the vendor that supports the website?
Well, Alex wanted two stores. Alex wanted redundancy. In case the InfoWarsStore.com website on Magento when we launched didn't work, we could always redirect everybody back to InfoWars Shop.
As it turns out, the website did work, but you kept InfoWarsShop.com as an additional source of revenue, correct?
It was redundancy in Alex's eyes. I wanted to shut it down, Alex wanted to keep it.
So the InfoWars shop, is that a different place to buy some of the products that InfoWars sells than the other shop?
Yes, it's multiple what they would say landing pages.
Okay. And to set up a separate shop, even online, is that an effort? How much goes into that?
It depends on the scale of your development team, but it takes quite a bit of time usually.
Okay. Can that happen by accident?
No.
Okay. And the numbers that we just went over, do you know whether or not those are only from InfoWars? What is the name of the shop? InfoWarsStore.com. Is that that's a different shop, right?
Correct.
So the numbers we just showed the jury in that 3-day time period were for InfoWarsStore.com. Is that right?
As I understand it from the sheets.
Does InfoWars also sell products on Amazon?
Yes, I've seen them sell on other platforms.
On eBay?
Yes.
And of course on InfoWars Shop?
Correct.
And you don't have that information, do you? Or do you?
No, I don't have it.
And in fact, did InfoWars, to your knowledge, turn over that information?
I did not have access to it.
Okay. And now, we all know by now that you heard Free Speech System says they didn't use.
Objection, Judge, to the
Well, we
speeches.
withdraw it. We withdraw it. Okay, I'll withdraw it. Let's show the clip from David Jones, and actually, can we show the org chart?
What exhibit?
Sorry, Your Honor, I'm going to show the org chart first to establish. Okay. 480 org chart first.
Say it again.
Sorry, organization chart. The organization chart.
So what
first.
That's a full exhibit.
That's a full exhibit.
Okay, thank you.
Now, what is the opposite of disorganization?
No structure, no clear chain of command, no certainty in terms of who's in charge or what the process is.
You know, you're from West Point, of course. Isn't it organization?
You said, what is it?
What is the opposite of disorganization?
Can we approach?
No.
These are all leading, it's improper.
All right, so
Let
we'll
me
just
rephrase the
object
question.
to when it's appropriate.
Can you tell the jury what is the opposite of disorganization? The word.
Organization.
Okay. So if you were trying to present a company that was disorganized, would one way to do that to say you don't have an org chart?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
If you didn't know people's roles and responsibilities, you didn't understand who they reported to, and you didn't have clear lineage, lines marking out who goes to who and what the responsibilities are, that would be disorganization. This chart here is very clearly a hierarchical organization.
So if a company wanted to deny its premeditation in terms of telling a false story, for example, one way to do that would be to say it happened by accident.
Objection, argumentative, leading.
So an organizational chart shows a hierarchy of a company?
Yes.
Okay. And this has Alex Jones up top to my left, Dr. David Jones. Do you understand that that's Alex Jones' father?
I do.
Okay. And Dr. David Jones, he was high up in the organization. In fact, second in command according to this chart. Is that right?
It could be interpreted as that, yes.
Okay. And so, do you know whether or not Dr. Jones knows more about how the organization works than the corporate representative, Brittany Paz, who never worked there?
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not, let me rephrase, do you know whether or not that, well, withdrawn, I'll just withdraw it. Let me show Dr. Jones' testimony also in this case, we'll admit it, and it is from his deposition, Your Honor, on May 16th, 2019.
That's 336, but that is not a full exhibit.
So
We'll offer it.
We agreed on designations, Judge.
Okay.
All depots that are on the exhibit are agreed.
Is it fair that sales analytics, as you used it, would include data about the performance of certain products? That is, which sell best and which are most popular?
That's what we were trying to protect, that we felt like it didn't need to be known and wasn't germane to the issue.
Okay. Are you aware whether Free Speech Systems collects data concerning when during an Alex Jones broadcast it has the most sales activity?
Only in the sense that if there have been days where we had extraordinarily good sales, someone will say, what was Alex saying when that happened? And so we like to emulate Spike.
What was the last thing he said?
Emulate.
Was the last word Spike?
Spike.
We like to emulate Spike. And so, can we just play that last part one more time?
Ordinarily good sales, someone will say, what was Alex saying when that happened? And so we like to emulate Spike.
We like to emulate Spike. What is that? What is your interpretation of that as an expert who's reviewed this case?
Spike usually it references the spikes that you would see in data that you would see related to website or sales, whatever it might be. Essentially a chart over time.
And we talked about, earlier, just a few minutes ago, we talked about, would you characterize what we talked about earlier as a spike in relationship to the FBI says nobody hurt, or was it nobody killed at Sandy Hook?
Yes, both in terms of the audience numbers and then in terms of the sales.
And so by the way, you assume Dr. Jones was telling the truth.
Yes.
Okay. So, well, let me just say, so if we accept the testimony of Dr. Jones, would that be a motive to repeat the Sandy Hook story over time and years?
Objection, argumentative, leading.
Sustained.
Okay, so what, if anything, does that statement by Dr. Jones about what his company does tell you about its incentive to repeat the Sandy Hook story over time and years?
Whatever the message was that was distributed, whatever the topic was that was discussed that day, that is something that increases engagement with the audience, meaning that people are responding to it. They're coming there to view that content, and that's something that, if repeated, would be seemingly more likely to bring in audience engagement.
And is that an indication that a company, that Free Speech Systems, use Google Analytics in real life?
Objection.
Do you know whether or not,
Argumentative.
let me rephrase
leading.
it.
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not that is an indication as to whether or not, do you know whether or not that's an indication as to whether Free Speech Systems use Google Analytics so that they can emulate the spike?
Objection. Argumentative.
Overruled.
With analytics, in this case, we had two sets of that we could observe. Google Analytics is one, Sprout Social being the other. That would tell you where there's increased engagement, which would then tell you what topics would likely bring increased engagement in the future.
Move to strike non-responsive, Judge.
Overruled.
Okay, and in fact, analytics was one of those things you highlighted from the jury to the jury earlier about what makes it an effective, influential.
Objection. Leading
Well,
again.
Okay, so I'll withdraw it. So so remind us now, put it about the connection between the analytics and effective influencing on human behavior.
If you understand the performance of your content, the performance of your website, how traffic is moving on social media, and how it brings more viewers into your content, then you're able to estimate what your returns might be in terms of sales over time. You can see with Google Analytics, Sprout Social, any of these measurement tools, what's the most effective content to bring people to your website, bring people to your social media post, bring people to your advertisement, bring people in for sales.
Okay. Excuse me 1 second.
Take your time.
Your Honor, we have a slightly early break.
I don't see why not. All right, so we will take our afternoon 15-minute recess. You'll continue to follow the rules of juror conduct, as I know you will, and I will see you in 15 minutes. Call it a sidebar, please.
This is gonna
Which one? Are they gonna deal with it now?
No, I don't see anybody else. I don't see the other marshals in here yet.
So, two things. Number one, this is a minor thing. No, again.
Sorry, all right.
Okay, just say what
Got
you
it.
have to say. I was agreeing with him. The leading. Leading? Jesus, how many times do I have to hear him say leading? Again.
I don't know what he's talking
But that's
about.
not it. So,
Well, that's the
there's an individual. I just don't want to be referred to jury as, because of other incidents about the same. There's some kind of something from somebody.
Okay. No.
You know what I mean?
Thank you.
Okay, so
So that's gonna happen now.
why don't I wait? Go check it. All right, so we're just gonna have to speak by check so that we don't have any issues. Well, I don't know if they filled that picture up. I'll have to ask Ron. Is there anything in there? Okay.
I'm rationing.
Okay. Okay, I think we are ready for our panel now.
Does he have to?
Welcome back, everyone, from the afternoon break. And the record will reflect that the entire panel has returned. Please take your seats, make yourselves comfortable. Whenever you're ready, Attorney Costa.
Thank you, Your Honors. Mr. Watts, I want to turn now to asking you whether or not there came a time when we asked you and your team to make your best efforts to determine the total reach of Alex Jones' Sandy Hook lies across all platforms.
Yes, you asked that, but I was not able to do that.
Okay. And why were you not able to provide a reasonable estimate as to the total amount of, or sort of the total reach of Alex Jones' Sandy Hook lies across all platforms?
There were several categories of missing data. The first one was Facebook. We had no real Facebook data in terms of the postings that were there, so we couldn't see what the engagements were like. An engagement would be individual discussing or reacting or resharing the content, meaning they share outside of Infowars social media handles. So we were really blind to what was on Facebook, other than a couple samples from reports on Sprout Social.
Okay, hang on, you're going very fast. Well, actually, make the list, and I'll come back.
Yeah, second was Twitter. We were able to pull snapshots of Twitter, but we were not able to see all of the engagements, all of the posts, all of the content on Twitter. And that came only from the reports that were provided to us, which were some snapshots, but not all. Next, in terms of Google Analytics, which we've discussed a few times today, we had reports, but we didn't have all of the data, so we don't know what all of the traffic is to the website. So we don't really have an understanding of that, and we don't understand over the course of all Sandy Hook content what that traffic was like. And then with relation to videos, whether it be YouTube videos, videos posted to YouTube, or even videos that are posted to Infowars, we don't have measurements around what that reach was in terms of the content.
Okay, I'm going to go back over this a little just to clarify. So, and by the way, let me clarify. At the time, we asked you to project only from a 6-year time period from 2012 to 2018. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and let's start with the data. The Facebook data. You said you had some, but not the engagements.
Correct. We didn't. Yes.
Explain the engagements and why that data is relevant or significant to your ability to provide a total projection across all platforms of his spreading of the lies.
When a piece of content goes on to Facebook, there are several things that you can learn. One, you can learn how many people viewed it, or how many times was it seen potentially by someone who has a Facebook account. That'd be known as impressions. You'll see impressions in some of the charts, even from the reports. Next, you don't see the degree to which people converse or discuss the content. Or even in some cases, it's possible to take the content that's initially put into Facebook, take it as your own, and then resend it to other people, which would be additional layers of traffic in Facebook.
Okay. And so whatever projections you made, they did not count the additional reach that you would have been able to ascertain by looking at the engagements.
Correct.
Okay. By the way, just to ask you the other question, were you at least able to come up with a determination as to a minimal reach across certain platforms of Alex Jones' spreading of the Sandy Hook lies?
For Sandy Hook lies, we could do a bare minimum reach, meaning we could account for some travel in social media in terms of the reach just on platforms.
Just on social media?
Correct.
Okay. Did you have, and so what you said, Facebook, you told us the limitations of Facebook data. You said there was YouTube data. Was there YouTube data?
There is YouTube data, some.
Okay. Was that provided by Free Speech Systems, or did you have to?
Objection Foundation hearsay.
Sustained.
You reviewed, did you yourself and your team have to dig up YouTube data?
We had to recreate a way to understand what the YouTube data was by using the Wayback Machine, which is an archive. Essentially, it takes a picture of that page on YouTube, and it will show counts that are just a place in time. So they're not all views ever, but it gives you a snapshot of a place in time, how many views were on that video.
Now, you mentioned Sprout
Social.
Can you tell the jury what, that came up in the testimony of the corporate representative, but can you just tell the jury what Sprout Social is?
Sprout Social is a analytics platform that you sign up for a license. You can then run all of your social media handles, your personas, on all platforms through it, and it will aggregate all the analytics to understand literally how your content sprouts across social media.
Is this a pay service, or?
It is.
Okay. And do you know whether or not Infowars used Sprout Social for the time period of 2012 to 2018 at least?
Yes,
What is that? They did, or?
they did use it, and I've seen the deposition.
Okay. The deposition is what, you mean when somebody says something about the deposition. Did you see any data, though?
Yes, I've seen some data around Sprout Social, what they were able to retrieve.
Were you able to, were you ever produce the entire data set?
No, it was not entirely available because we didn't understand or have any access or visibility into some platforms, Facebook being one. The second is really Infowars.com and the websites.
And is that is that the type of thing that prevents you from giving us a estimate as the total reach of Alex Jones' Sandy Hook lies across all platforms?
Yes.
Okay. But did you nevertheless endeavor to try to ascertain a minimal reach based on the information that you had?
Correct. For the information we could gain, we did come up with an estimated minimum reach.
Okay. And that was, I think you said that was based on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter.
Correct.
And you didn't have all of the, did you have all the information for all those sites, or did you have to make certain projections?
Asked and answered at this point, Judge.
It's complicated, I just want to rephrase it.
For YouTube, we used the Wayback Machine to look for videos related to Sandy Hook that were put out by Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems. We then looked at those counts. That's how we came up with the estimate for YouTube, and that's a bare minimum count because we know more people could have watched it after that. We just have no way of looking at it, and it's only the videos we could surface on the Wayback Machine.
Okay. And in terms of we've shown the jury Infowars content, and can you just describe for the jury what type of website Infowars.com is in terms of its scale and its as an original website?
Yes, due to the duration that it's been in existence, it has created an enormous direct traffic, meaning while social media redirects some people to the website, many people go directly to the website, and you can see that in Google Analytics. Some of the pie charts that we showed you, it says direct. That means someone went directly to Infowars.com.
And is it unusual, or is there anything unusual about the degree to which Infowars gets direct traffic in terms of the types of...
Yes, based on my experience evaluating websites, Infowars.com gets a very high percentage of direct engagement to the website, meaning people come there for the information. It's not, they're not routed there through social media.
And can you did you and your team make an effort to quantify that?
We couldn't get any real estimates other than the Google Analytics pages we've already reviewed.
Okay. And so, and you did not have the direct content or the direct data from Infowars.com to factor in this question about determining the total reach of Alex Jones' Sandy Hook lies across all platforms, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then what about, is that also true for Prison Planet and his sister sites?
Correct.
All right, and what about radio? Do you have significant data from radio?
Radio, I had no significant data.
Okay.
Other than the media kits that were provided.
All right, so now tell us what you and your team did in terms of trying to come up with at least a minimum projection based on what the platforms that we spoke of, YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook.
For those three platforms, we did the following. For YouTube, we went to the Wayback Machine, we looked for Sandy Hook related content, and then we aggregated the number of views as a place and time.
Okay, hang on one second. Aggregate, what does that mean?
That means we added the numbers together from every snapshot that we could find related to Sandy Hook content.
And how did you go about finding the content in the first place?
We went to the Wayback Machine, knowing that videos have been put out. We then searched that to search for snapshots on YouTube.
Okay, and you aggregate means you added the views at the time together?
For each video.
Okay, all right. And is that a complicated thing or not?
It's time consuming and takes quite a bit of time to find all those and know that you have come close to finding as much of the information as you can.
Okay, so it's a time-consuming endeavor, but is it particularly complicated?
No.
Okay. So, and then in terms of Twitter, so, oh, sorry, what were those numbers?
It was just over 9 million views that we could speak to just the minimum number of views for Sandy Hook related content on YouTube.
For a period of time.
Over a period of time.
Okay. And in terms of Twitter, how did you go about calculating Twitter or these views?
For Twitter, we used the Sprout Social data that was provided. We went back through and looked at what was the number of views on days where Sandy Hook related content was discussed on Infowars.
Okay. And is this a rough science or?
It's as close as we could get.
Okay. And was that a time-consuming enterprise as well?
Yes.
But how do you use, are we at the point where you use search terms?
Yes, at times we would use search terms to try and figure out from the Sprout Social data and from just all of Infowars content over time which days were related to Sandy Hook.
And did you use hundreds and hundreds of search terms?
We did.
And can you give the jury an example of the type of search terms you would have used?
Sandy Hook, actor, crisis actor, different combinations like that.
Okay. Did you have to use some of the plaintiffs' names?
Yes.
Okay. And through a combination of using those search terms and Twitter or
Sprout Social.
Thank you, Sprout Social. You were able to come up with a number, an estimate?
Yes.
And what was that?
It came in right around 100 million in terms of views.
Okay. And then in terms of, now, what about Facebook? You didn't have the Facebook data, I think you said.
Correct.
The engagement. So how did you go about calculating Facebook?
In one of the charts from Google Analytics, it's called a flow chart. It had the redirects, meaning when did social media direct back to Infowars.com. And based on that, we were able to build a rough estimate of if this many Twitter tweets essentially redirected back to Infowars, you could see the ratio of how many from Facebook redirected back.
And just in terms of your experience in this area for almost 20 years, looking at social media and networks and things like
2005 to present, 17.
Can you just give the jury a kind of a scale of Facebook as it compares to like YouTube or something?
Facebook has an enormous reach. If you're moving content and creating dialogue and discussion, if you're getting it onto channels, which are pages on Facebook, or if you're trying to build an audience, Facebook is the primary platform for that.
And again, the projections you're making are for the years 2012 to 2018, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so is Facebook large? Is Facebook larger than YouTube in its reach?
Far larger.
And Twitter?
Yes.
Okay. So I think the document. So did you have to make some estimations or projections based on data that you did have to determine the Facebook reach?
That is correct.
All right, I think you talked about a flow chart. Why don't we bring that up, Exhibit 454 for the jury?
That is not a full exhibit?
It's not a full exhibit.
I think you're a foundation judge. I think you're a foundation.
We moved to introduce 454 as a full. It's the flow chart that was just testified to by the witness.
Objection, lack of foundation. So can you lay a foundation?
This was one of the handful of Google documents that they produced.
Still haven't heard foundation.
And it's been identified. Is it up on your screen, sir?
Yes.
Is that the Google document that you used to evaluate and make your projection as to the reach of Facebook during the calendar years 2012 to 2018?
Yes.
No objection, Judge.
Can we show that to the, I'd like to show that to the jury. I move to admit it as full, Mr. Attorney Ferraro.
Order.
Thank you, Judge. So this is not helping right now because it's hard to see, but can we just blow that up? Is this the document you're referring to that you used to help make this estimate?
Yes. It shows the flow from social media to Infowars.com.
Okay. So So what are we looking at here in terms of, can you just explain more about how you were able to extrapolate these numbers by using this analytics?
Yes, if you look to the left, the three social media platforms that are listed from top to bottom are Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Starting from YouTube, that's where we started our foundation. You'll see that it shows about 3.9 million redirects. Then you'll see Twitter as 33 million, and then you see Facebook is 151 million. So what we did is we just created the ratio to make the estimate, meaning we looked at if there is 33 million, how does that relate to 151 million? That's roughly 5 times in terms of the ratio.
So you took the Twitter numbers and you multiplied it times 5?
Yes.
And is this in accordance, I mean, this isn't the first, how many times have you looked at data like this, you and your team, for governments or for financial institutions, for those kinds of organizations?
I've looked at hundreds of these.
Okay. And is that ratio consistent with your experience?
It depends on who the audience is receiving this. Facebook is very high for this audience.
Okay. And we saw that, I believe that we saw the pie charts.
Correct.
Demonstrate that. Okay. And so if you can tell us then, we can, I want to ask you this, right down in the what are these analytics showing right under the 178 million starting paid sessions there?
Yeah, so in addition to just lands on Infowars.com, it's also showing you specific pages which drew a significant amount of traffic. And so those are pages, Watch Alex Jones, and then the one we had actually discussed earlier, which is regarding FBI says nobody killed at Sandy Hook. So that is, in and of itself, just in terms of the redirects, 2.8 million.
So is this, what is the significance of this evidence in relationship to the degree to which Sandy Hook played a prominent or not prominent role in the growth of Infowars since December 14th, 2012?
From this chart alone, you can see that it's one of the top 5 landing pages across all the Infowars platform.
Okay. In fact, it's about this math.
Objection, leading.
In fact, is it okay? So withdrawn. Down at the 12, it says 12 more pages. So what does that mean? 12 more pages, 6 million.
Meaning adding 12 pages together, the way I interpret this, it comes to 6 million.
Okay. And the FBI says Sandy Hook article, story is almost half of that next 12?
Yes.
Okay.
That's from social media redirect to Infowars.com.
Okay. We can take that down. So let me ask you now, you've shared with us the methodology you just went over in which you arrived at a projection. Is that the methodology you and your team used?
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you, can you tell us what your conclusions were about what a minimum reach was based on these 3 platforms, the information learned from these 3 platforms, of Alex Jones' Sandy Hook lies across these 3 platforms?
Adding together YouTube, Twitter, and the Facebook calculation together, just related to lies about Sandy Hook, the minimum audience that we could measure was 550 million off just social media. That doesn't include any individuals that were going straight to the website.
No Infowars, no Prison Planet, no radio, no other avenues of getting the information.
Correct.
Okay, and the time period of that was between what?
2012 to 2018.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Attorney Pattis, cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. May we approach for a moment?
You may.
I'm not going to finish him today. I don't know what that does. And I'm told he won't be able to be back tomorrow. Just gotta go. No, I'm ready to go. I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that.
We're going to go today. I want to go today.
Perfect. That way I know what
And
I'm
then
doing.
he's going to come back. Is that right?
We routine in criminal cases. I know we're not in criminal court, and it's routine in federal court. I don't know, Mr. Chikatilo. I've been able to,
Listen, I wouldn't tell
I
you not to
haven't.
talk to your clients or your witnesses, whatever.
in the middle of a cross-examination. All right.
But listen, I'm gonna tell the jury though, that we'll be back Friday.
Yes, ma'am. Well, let's describe that happens from time to time. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what, sorry, Judge.
As
This is my first trial.
would say, this is not my first trial. Right?
Great.
I'm actually gonna tell the jury about the sidebar we just had so that they can know what's coming down the pike. So we're going, Attorney Pattis will start with his cross-examination of this witness now. We are gonna end at 4:30 today. Hopefully, if I lose track of the time, Mr. Ferraro, you'll let me know. And then we're going to pick this witness's testimony up on Friday, okay? This is routine in cases, not anything unusual about it, nothing for you to worry about, but just so that you know, we'll go to 4:30, leave a little early today, and then we'll see Mr. Watts again on Friday, okay? All right. Whenever you're ready, Attorney Pattis, take your time.
Thanks, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Watts, how are you?
I'm good.
My name's Norm Pettis. We've never met before.
No, not that I'm aware of.
And you, I'd like to thank you for your service, obviously, in the military. You've written a book called Messing with the Enemy, Surviving in a Social Media World of Hackers, Terrorists, and Fake News, correct?
Correct. That's not the full title, but yeah.
That's how it's listed on. Well, actually, oh, you're right. Messing with the Enemy, Surviving in a World of Media, in a Social Media World of Hackers, Terrorists, Russians, and Fake News. That's how it's listed on the website at the Foreign Policy Research Institute.
Correct.
And that's what it says on the dust jacket, correct?
Yes.
And you were quite autobiographical in that book, correct?
Correct.
You described your reasons for going to West Point, correct?
Yes.
We weren't quite big enough to make the football team and got an interest in military history and told your mother when you were about 15, I'm going to West Point. Correct?
Yes.
And you did go to West Point.
I did.
And while you were at West Point, there's a fixed, is it a fixed curriculum for all cadets there, sir?
For the first half of it, yes.
And
then you choose your major.
You also, yeah, that's right, you get to pick a concentration.
Correct.
So when you described it as a liberal arts education, certainly it's a well-rounded education.
It is.
The purpose is to support an officers corps capable of leading our military in whatever foreign challenge we may face.
Yes.
Would that be a challenge, foreign or domestic?
For the military, it's foreign.
Well, when you take your
The oath is foreign and domestic,
you're
yes.
going to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Correct.
Is Alex Jones a domestic enemy?
No.
Now, and West Point was a difficult curriculum, correct?
Yes.
And it could be somewhat, I don't know if this is the right term, brutalizing for a young cadet, correct? There's a certain amount of hazing that goes on.
Correct.
And the cadets get some frustration and have to work that frustration out in a number of ways.
Yes.
And you wrote about your doing so.
I did.
A fellow named Carfisi was a target of a lot of your pranks, correct?
Correct.
Carfisi was the person who operated the meat purchasing enterprise
Yes.
in the food services hall, and you found a list of phone numbers, correct?
Yes.
And you impersonated other people at the institution and gave Carfisi any number of messages, false messages.
I impersonated, yes, in his organization. Yes.
Yeah, in the hierarchy at West Point.
Yes.
Carfisi, bring me more meat patties. The kids are starving up here, and then you'd hang up on it, correct?
Yes.
And you'd try to impersonate the voices of others so that Carfisi would fall for it, correct?
Correct.
And Carfisi ultimately said to you words to the effect of, why are you fucking with me like this?
Yes, he didn't use
Why
that
were
word,
you?
but it was something as a prank joke that we did there.
Okay, and certainly nothing in this case suggests to you that anybody was involved in a prank joke, correct?
No.
Now, at West Point, in the liberal arts and portion of the history of the curriculum, you read a number of classics, correct?
Yes.
Including Klaus von Clausewitz, including The Art of War by Sun Tzu, correct?
Different excerpts, yes.
And you understood that in Sun Tzu's mind, politics is warfare by, and you also read Karl von Clausewitz, correct?
At different times, yes.
And you recognize that Clausewitz, relying on Sun Tzu, taught cadets politics is work by other means, correct?
Yes.
And you, in your career, have come to realize that social media is politics by other means, a particularly virulent and dangerous form of politics, correct?
And with respect to Russia in particular, yes.
In the United States, too.
Yes, not where I focus my energy, but yes.
Well, you've taken aim in your book on what you call social media nationalism, correct?
Yes.
And clickbait populism, correct?
Correct.
That undermines the intelligence, basically, of crowds, of the people, correct?
Yes.
It poses, in your mind, an existential threat to the health and security of the republic, correct?
It can.
It does, doesn't it?
I didn't say that.
It's hard to know how to respond to social media, isn't it?
I don't know. Depends on each individual's familiarity with social media.
You wrote that we want to have a free exchange of ideas, correct?
Yes.
But how to deal with that in a world of virulent social media, that's the challenge that we don't know how to meet yet, correct?
It depends on which country and which place.
Well, let's talk about the United States right here, right now. Social media poses a threat to our civic norms, does it not?
Objection.
I didn't say that. It can.
Excuse me, Your Honor, objection.
Basis?
Yes, notions in limine.
It's still within the scope of what he's testifying to.
It's getting.
Well, why don't we go on and see where we're going, but this case is not about politics.
You knew about Infowars before you were retained by Attorney Koskov and his firm in January of this year, correct?
Yes.
You wrote about Infowars, correct?
I think I mentioned Infowars at different times in several things I've written over the years.
You included criticism of it for being controversial, correct?
You'd have to reference what it is. I don't have it at my fingertips.
Okay.
I've written, just for reference, I've written several books and several hundred articles. So if you can refresh my memory of what you're pointing to.
Well, one of the books you wrote was fiction, correct? Real Fake? That's about 70 pages long. That's your effort to write fiction, isn't it?
It was with a team, yes.
That's you writing fiction, is it?
Yes, it was.
What was the other book?
It was in it. It was called Bug Bites.
Called what?
Bug Bites. It's the same series.
So
Yes.
I just need to make sure that I and the jury can follow, just make sure that we're not interrupting.
So you've written 3 books. The book on social media, world of.
Can I correct that? Because it's not correct.
2 pieces of fiction, correct?
Okay.
So I lost that question. Do you
Let me
mind?
try it again. I'll do it again, Judge, and I'll slow down. I'm sorry, it's the end of the day. You've written 3 books.
No, I wrote one book. I co-authored 2 others.
You have participated in the writing. Well, you told us before about books plural. So these are the books we're talking about, correct?
Yes.
One book entitled Messing with the Enemy, Surviving in a Social Media World of Hackers, Terrorists, Russians, and Fake News. That's nonfiction.
Correct.
And 2 pieces of fiction that you wrote with others, correct?
Yes.
Any other books?
No.
You wrote a series of articles, maybe hundreds of articles, correct?
Probably.
You also work with something called the Foreign Policy Research Institute, correct?
Yes.
Are you still there?
Yes. Still a fellow there.
You're not just a fellow, you're a distinguished research fellow there, correct?
Correct.
And you're also a non-resident fellow at the Alliance for Securing Democracy, correct?
Correct.
You're a national security consultant for NBC News, correct?
Yes.
And for MSNBC.
NBC News, MSNBC, CNBC.
How about Fox?
No.
Why not?
I'm hired by NBC News.
I didn't ask that. You've never been a commentator on Fox News?
I've been on Fox News.
Now, among the articles that you wrote, your most recent article, at least in April, well, you wrote something in April of 2022, Climate Change and National Security, correct?
That was a podcast series. Had a written header that went with the 3 on climate change.
So you've never written an article called Climate Change and National Security for Orbis?
Yes, I contributed to it. It was part of a bundle of podcasts. Yes.
You also wrote a piece in the Washington Post in 2018 called Artificial Intelligence is Transforming Social Media. Can American Democracy Survive? You wrote that.
Correct.
And you wrote something in January of 2018, terrorism in social media, is big tech doing enough, correct?
Yes.
Was that a review of Shoshana Zuboff's book, The Age of Surveillance Capitalism?
No.
Do you know Shoshana Zuboff's work?
Vaguely, yes.
You've not read it?
No,
You've not read The Age of Surveillance
I've read about the book, yes.
But you've not read it?
No.
You know that Shoshana Zuboff is a professor at Harvard?
Hold on, he doesn't have any knowledge, he hasn't read the book, and now he's gonna talk about Shoshana somebody.
He can ask the question.
You know that
I understand the concept of surveillance capitalism, yes.
That wasn't my question, sir. You know that Shoshana Zuboff is a professor at Harvard?
Yes.
In the business school?
Maybe, yes. I just know she's affiliated with Harvard.
And surveillance capitalism, you say you're familiar with the concept. That overlaps what we've drawn. That is a social media phenomenon, is it not?
To some degree, but not entirely.
It involves the use of anger to manipulate people, correct?
And for surveillance capitalism?
Yeah.
It can.
And fear, correct?
It can.
And demonization, correct?
Yes, it can be used.
The concept is that by giving us access to social media sites like Twitter, Facebook, and whatnot for free, we're actually giving something of value to those who offer these things for free, correct?
It's part of the agreement.
We are leaving a digital footprint, correct?
Yes,
That digital footprint yields information about us, correct?
it does.
That information yields information about us that can be used to manipulate us, correct?
It can be.
Because it will target us based on what we fear. Because what they draw, the way these firms are designed is they draw us in based on what attracts us, and what attracts us is fear, anger.
Yes.
So when you wrote your piece, may I have a moment, Judge?
Take your time.
When you wrote your piece about big tech, were you concerned about big tech's manipulation of the general public based on its peddling of fear to harvest our data?
No, it was about, no.
Okay. Have you ever written about that?
About big tech or manipulators?
About big tech as a manipulator, harvesting our data for free to manipulate us for commercial purposes.
The article was not in relation to that as the actor. No.
I didn't ask you about that
No.
article. Have you ever written about it?
About big tech as in the companies.
Yeah.
The companies manipulating people.
Yeah. Exactly.
I've written
You know
about,
exactly what I'm talking about.
I've written about how the platforms can be used to manipulate people.
Have you ever
So-
written
so
about
here- excuse me, thank you. So I think that we just need to not interrupt each other.
You're
'Cause
right.
I think you're both interrupting each other, so let's slow it down a little bit so we can follow it.
What have you written about big tech's manipulation of us on the basis of negative emotions to sell us things and control things?
Again, I don't think your question is stated in a way that I can answer.
Okay, then you don't.
You're saying the actor is big tech. I'm saying it's people who use technology to manipulate.
And you don't think that the people who own big tech companies use technology to manipulate? Is that your testimony, sir?
No, I think they're trying to offer a service to the public. They have some responsibility for how the conduct of activity is on that platform. But I'm not saying that the companies are going and trying to do the manipulation themselves.
Really?
Correct.
That's your sworn testimony under oath in this courtroom?
I have not seen a company that's trying to manipulate people from the corporate perspective. You can pick companies that use it.
Okay. That's fine. You've testified in Congress a number of times, correct?
Correct.
In 2015, you testified about ISIS, correct?
Yes.
In 2015, you testified about the Paris attacks involving Charlie Hebdo, correct?
Yes.
In 2016, you testified about a Brussels terrorist attack, correct?
Correct. I believe
And you testified.
it was 2016 for that.
That's what I thought I said. If I
But the
mistaken.
previous one you said 2015. I think
Okay, let's
all of
review
those
it.
were related to one hearing.
Well, you sure about that? Have you ever read your Wikipedia page, sir?
I have.
And if your Wikipedia talks about you're testifying multiple times at the U.S. Congress, and it lists one as 2015 regarding ISIS, another as the Paris attacks in 2015, another as Brussels in 2016, do you think that your page is wrong?
I know my page is wrong because you can go to the edits on that page and you'll see that there have been many manipulations on to include Eastern European bots and IP addresses.
Oh, so the Russians are messing with you.
I don't know, are they?
You tell me, you're the expert.
I'm just telling you what the Wikipedia page says.
So the bots are after you, are they?
I didn't say that.
What were you trying to suggest with that testimony?
I'm just saying that with regards to Wikipedia, you asked me if I've read it, and I have. I've also read where it has been manipulated as well.
And you testified about Russian interference in the elections in 2016, correct?
I testified in 2017 about the manipulations in 2016.
Okay. And you testified in 2017, didn't you?
Correct.
And you've testified in front of the United States Armed Services Subcommittee on Cybersecurity, correct?
Correct.
And among the topics you testified to at that committee hearing was artificial intelligence and social media, correct?
No.
Russian black propaganda, correct?
Yes.
While you were at West Point, well, withdrawn. No, I guess I'll ask it that way. While you were at West Point, did you develop the view that propaganda was politics by another means? Remember the extension. Politics is warfare by another means. Propaganda, social media is politics by another means. Did you develop that viewpoint at West Point or come thereafter?
Thereafter.
Okay. While you were at West Point, and you went from West Point, I forgot the year you graduated. Was it 91?
No.
What year?
Well, 1995. I'm not sure what my Wikipedia page says, but 1995.
I'm not asking about your Wikipedia page. I didn't get it from there. What year did you graduate from West Point?
1995.
And you worked for the FBI briefly, correct?
Yes.
About a year.
3 times.
You worked for the FBI briefly after graduating college, correct?
No, after I left the Army.
Okay. Then you went to the Army for 7 years, correct?
Correct.
And then you went to the Monterey Institute of International Studies, correct?
Correct.
It's now, I guess, did Middlebury College in Vermont?
They were acquired by Middlebury.
Were you at the Monterey Institute while, at the time Middlebury purchased it?
No.
Or acquired it?
After I had graduated.
What did you study at the Monterey Institute?
International Security and Development.
Now, in the course of your education at West Point and at the Monterey Institute, you became familiar with the works of a German sociologist named Max Weber, correct?
Yes, in graduate school.
And you obviously read, I'm assuming you read his essay, Politics as a Vocation, correct?
I don't recall.
You recall his discussion?
I read several of his works. I don't know which ones.
You recall his discussion of charismatic authority?
No.
You don't?
I don't.
What did you read of Weber's thing?
It was 17 years ago at least, maybe 18. I'm not sure.
Are you familiar with the distinction between charismatic, bureaucratic, and rational authority in Max Weber's work? That's just
No.
Okay. Now, you testified earlier today about the course of your career. Was 7 years you spent in the military?
Yes.
Went out to the FBI, you went to Quantico, correct?
Correct.
Spent 4 months at Quantico, correct?
Yes.
In Quantico, the 4 months you spent there, that was for the training that all agents receive, correct?
True.
And upon completing that training, all agents are called special agents.
Correct.
I mean, it's not that, so there's 2 classes of agents. Every FBI agent is special, right?
Correct.
And among the things that you were taught in Quantico, I think you told us, is you did some work on searches and seizures.
Yes.
The basics of the law regarding crimes and so forth. And
Correct.
how to investigate. And you developed some comprehension of the rules of evidence, correct?
Yes.
Because the purpose was for you to prepare for a career as an investigator of crimes.
Yes.
And among the other classes that you took at the FBI was a class in preparing you how to testify in situations like this.
Yes.
But you've never testified as an expert in a courtroom before.
No.
Have you ever testified in a courtroom before at all?
No.
So this is your first time?
As a, yes, testifying.
But not, you have testified before congressional committees, correct?
Correct.
And you've appeared at a number of other fora. You told us about, was it lecturing to or presenting to the Los Angeles Police Department?
At times, yes.
The New Jersey State Police, correct?
Correct.
Dozens of police departments across the country?
Yes.
Any here in Connecticut?
No.
So this is your first time talking to folks in Connecticut?
I believe so, yes.
Welcome to the land of steady heads. You testified to U.S. intelligence officers or agencies, correct?
I didn't testify to them, but I've talked to them.
Presented, I should
Presented.
say. The U.S. military.
Yes.
You've taught at the FBI.
Yes.
And your work with respect to the Intelligence Committee, that you made a point of saying that sometimes the testimony was not classified, it was open source, correct?
Correct.
Other times it was classified, correct?
Testimony to the congressional committees?
No, sir. I'm sorry if I was confusing. It's late in the day. I thought I heard you say earlier today that you presented to intelligence committees or intelligence organizations.
Intelligence organizations, yes.
And in response to a question Attorney Koskoff asked, you said that some of that testimony was open source, correct?
Not testimony, but yes, briefings and presentations I've given are open source.
Briefings, thank you.
Yes.
Some of those briefings were confidential, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever heard the expression deep state before?
Yes.
What does that mean to you, sir?
Usually it's a reference, a derogatory one towards the belief that there is a secret or a deep state or a separate state that's running the government.
Why do you say it's derogatory?
It's generally used to say that it's not in an official capacity.
I see. Or sometimes it's used to say it is in an official capacity, but there are secrets our government keeps from us, correct?
If they're classified, yes.
And you keep some of those secrets from us if you believe them to be classified, correct?
Yes, correct.
Have you ever read a book by a woman in the course of your studies and preparing to testify here? A book by a woman named Anna Merlin called Republic of Lies?
No.
Had you ever heard of the book?
No.
Have you made any effort to read deeply, well, read it all, any of the scholarly work on conspiracy theories authored by social scientists?
Yes, over the years.
Joseph Usinski's work?
No.
Whose?
DeFonda, I think is his name.
Okay. Now you testified.
The others, I can just add to it, the others would be in a military context. Military manuals that you would read.
What's the military teaching you about conspiracy theories?
Not about conspiracies, just about information.
Okay, my question may have been overly broad, and I apologize. I'd asked you if you made any effort to read the scholarly work on conspiracy theories in American life. And
Correct. DeFonda is the only one that I can recall off the top of my head. I'm sure I've read other articles over time.
so you get the call to prepare to testify against what's wrong. You get the call to prepare to testify as an expert in a case involving Alex Jones.
Correct.
You were familiar with him and Infowars when you got the call.
Yes.
You knew him to be a conspiracy theorist, correct?
I believe that he advances conspiracies, yes.
Objection, Your Honor. It's not a conspiracy theory, it's a lie.
I didn't hear what you said. What's the
We're not
basis?
talking about Sandy Hook, we're
Established
talking
it's a
about
lie.
Alex Jones.
Well, I didn't hear a word either of you just
Sorry,
said.
Your Honor.
So what was the basis
It's
for the?
irrelevant. It's a lie.
We're not talking about Sandy Hook.
Well,
You haven't even gotten there.
Why is there a
Can you
process?
just start your question over,
Yeah.
because I lost it now.
Sir, you get the call from the Koskoff firm to testify
Correct.
about Alex Jones in January of this year, correct?
Yes.
You knew a little bit about Infowars because you'd written about it before, correct?
Yes, I'm sure I've written about it at some point.
And you knew when you got the call that Alex Jones was a conspiracy theorist, correct?
I knew what Alex Jones says, yes. I knew what he said.
Had you ever studied him as part of your work with the FBI?
No.
Had you ever studied him as part of your work with an intelligence committee, work that you can talk about?
No.
Okay. So did you make any effort to understand him in the context of American intellectual history, American life, by reading scholarly works, trying to figure out who is this guy? What's this all about? Independent of Sandy Hook. Did you make any effort to do that?
No, that was not the context of why I was brought onto this.
No, the context was to attack him in the Sandy Hook lies, correct?
Sustained.
Objection. Now, you've mentioned that you had a company, and Mabero?
Maburo, yes.
Mabero. Where did that name come from? It's an interesting name.
It's a Japanese name for Ronin Samurai. It was a group of Ronin Samurai.
Okay. Who'd you sell the company
Microsoft.
to? Okay. Are you independent now, working independently?
No, I'm fulfilling this is my last role at Maburo right now.
So was it Maburo and Microsoft that was retained to represent
No.
in the election? It was you.
Me.
So how is it that testifying here fulfills your last obligation to Maburo?
Because the acquisition has happened since I was brought on by council.
And you thus far generated fees of about $185,000.
No, 158, I said this morning.
I'm dyslexic. Thank you. Have you been paid those fees yet?
The 158, yes.
Who paid them?
Costco.
May I have a moment, Judge?
Take your time.
How much time withdrawn? Who at the Costco firm called you to ask you to consider testifying in this case?
Eleanor Sterling was the first person.
Was there more than one conversation before you decided to take on the challenge?
No, I think it was on the second conversation I agreed to it.
And this was with Eleanor? Or with Attorney
Yes.
Sterling?
Attorney Sterling, yes.
What did she tell you about Sandy Hook in that first conversation?
She told me the situation with the trial, that it was with respect to damages, and that they were looking to assess the volume and reach of Infowars.com, all of the social media sites and handles that they were broadcasting on related to Sandy Hook, and different lies that were spoken.
And then how much time passed between the first conversation with Attorney Sterling and the second?
I don't know off the top of my head, a few days or a week.
And then you decided you're in?
Yes, this would have been January
And
2022.
what was your rate structure?
It was by hour, so it was based on the hours of myself and my research team.
Your hourly rate?
I believe it's $9.35. I think that's quote.
$935?
Correct.
You get more for testifying in court?
No.
Okay. She told you it was about damages?
That this was a second phase of the trial. That it was with respect to the trial had already been in process and we're trying to assess.
Okay. That's what she told you?
No, it was trying to understand the scope, and that this was in terms of how the case would end. I don't remember exact wording from January.
But you understand this is a hearing in damages?
I understood it to be that, yes.
Where the plaintiffs have to prove the damages that the jury should award, correct?
The plaintiffs have to present a case and the jury decides.
Have you given this jury any information they can use to calculate damages for any plaintiff? Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Now, I gather that when you realized that you were coming into a hearing in damages, your focus was on the harm that Alex Jones and Infowars caused these plaintiffs, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
My focus was on the internet traffic related to the content that he produced and the social media reach.
You testified earlier that you used a number of search terms in the course of your work, correct?
Correct.
And there were actually 441 of those search or keywords.
Correct.
That
Correct.
Keywords and search terms are synonyms, correct?
Yes.
Different words expressing the same concept, right?
Yes.
Did you run the names of each of the plaintiffs in this case in that search term?
I would have to go through the list to review.
You don't recall?
I don't recall every single name.
Do you recall seeing any other name than Robbie Parker as in an Infowars or Alex Jones broadcast?
I would have to review the data to know.
You didn't do so before coming to court?
I reviewed the data, but there was a lot of it.
You understood you're here to testify in a hearing in damages.
Yes.
You had a duty to investigate, to inquire, to be thorough, correct?
Correct.
Did you bring any notes with you to summarize anything?
I did not.
Your work early in your career in the military and in intelligence was focused largely on the Middle East, correct?
For me, Middle East and Africa, I did.
The Horn of Africa.
Correct.
And describe for the jury where the Horn of Africa is.
Those would be the countries furthest to the east, namely Somalia, Kenya, were the two.
And that was an interest you acquired at Monterey, I believe, correct?
Correct.
You went from military academy, you fulfilled your service obligation, you went to the FBI, stayed a year, went to graduate school, and you had an advisor, I believe, who was interested in that topic.
Yes.
Were you an Arabic speaker at that time?
No.
Are you now?
No.
And your first, it was through your focus on groups with a substantial nexus to countries in the Horn of Africa that you first became aware of how effective social media could be to contact, recruit, and basically weaponize individuals, correct?
Yes.
And when you developed that interest, you realized that social media represented one phase of electronic communication in a digital world. It replaced the internet, correct?
No.
Okay, well, I think what you told us earlier is in the internet you find content, and in the social media world, content finds you.
Correct.
Does that make social media a qualitatively more effective way of influencing large groups of people?
The two work symbiotically. So if you do both, it is more effective.
And one of the things that you focused on in your work was the fact that, and you write about this in your book, the Islamic State overtook Al-Qaeda because it was better at using social media, correct?
I believe that to be correct, yes.
And you likened social media, you likened the Islamic State's use of social media to groups within American politics, didn't you?
The way that it was used, yes, meaning that regardless of what the organization is, the methods for use, which I referred to earlier, were very consistent.
And the groups that you likened to Al-Qaeda, those were groups located to the right of the political spectrum, correct?
In the book,
Yeah.
I addressed two different generations of use of it on both sides of the political aisle.
What was the one on the left?
The Obama presidential campaign was known for its being very dynamic in social media.
Were they terrorists?
No.
Were they hackers?
No.
Were the Republican Party?
No.
Now, I assume when you got the call in January of 2022 to become an expert in this case, you'd already heard of Sandy Hook.
Correct.
And you understood that you would be called upon to testify.
Yes.
And that your intention, obviously, was to review all the material you were provided from whatever source, correct?
Yes.
And you weren't limited to what you were provided. You also talked about doing searches of your own, correct?
Right. To identify missing data, yes.
Did you do any other searches to place this case in context? For example, there's a reporter at the New York Times named Elizabeth Williamson who wrote a book, Sandy Hook, An American Tragedy in the Battle for Truth. Did you
Correct.
read that book?
Yes, I did.
And she's here in the courtroom today. Have you talked to her today?
I did. She introduced herself.
You understand that this trial is not a chapter in quote-unquote battle for truth. It's a hearing in damages. You understand?
Correct.
Can we see Exhibit 1E, Mr. Bruce?
That is a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Thank you.
while that gets teed up, what is a meme, sir? M-E-M-E?
It would be a short video that expresses some sort of context around an event, and usually they go viral, meaning they're posted onto the internet. Other people enjoy the meme or take the meme or try and recreate a similar meme with their own content.
And it's not just a video, they can be words.
Can be words, can be images, can be videos.
In one of the exhibits that was played today, I heard the words, "The answer to 1984 is 1776." Did you hear that today?
I'm not familiar with that. Could you say that again?
You never heard the expression from Alex Jones or anyone associated with him in the material that you reviewed. The answer to 1984 is 1776. Is that your testimony?
Yes, I have heard that phrase.
And that you associate with Alex Jones?
I don't know that I would, but
Okay. Is that the sort of thing that would inspire anger?
I'm confused by your question. Ooh,
You talked before in response to questions by Attorney Koskoff. May I have a moment, Judge?
Take your time.
About a message.
correct,
And a message might inspire fear, correct?
correct.
It might inspire anger, correct?
Yes,
It might demonize people.
it could.
correct? And an effective message mobilizes people around negative emotions, correct?
That is one way to effective messaging.
And so the answer, when you hear the expression, the answer to 1984, does the year 1984 inspire any thoughts as you sit here?
I'm assuming it relates to Orwell's book, 1984.
So George Orwell wrote what's called a dystopian piece of fiction, correct?
Correct.
About a world in which government controlled everything regarding information, correct?
Yes.
And lies became a way of life, correct?
In the book, yes.
And that dystopian piece of fiction. And the protagonist, the hero, was a man who just wanted his own individual significance. He didn't want to buy the lie, correct?
It could be seen as that as one theme, yes.
When you hear the answer to 1984 is 1776, does that sound like an appeal to anger or an appeal to fear? Do you draw a distinction between that?
I've not spent much time thinking about that phrase.
Just 1 second,
We
sir.
didn't talk about 1984 or 1776 or any other date other than the dates we talked about, December 14th, 2012.
I answer your objecting beyond the scope or relevance or what?
Well, both.
It was in one of the videos.
I'll allow it.
He said he didn't hear it. He said he didn't. The witness also. There's no foundation. The witness said he didn't hear it. And now that he
For the jury.
guys just want. But what? To what
I'm going to
end?
overrule the objection.
Show us 1E, Mr. Bruce, please.
They have hit the ground running in a build-up, and I said, this is the attack. Look, people got to find the clips the last 2 months. I said, they are launching attacks. They're getting ready. I can see them warming up with Obama. They've got a bigger majority in the Congress now, in the Senate. They are going to come after our guns. Look for mass shootings.
And you don't know who they are,
No, not based on this clip.
but you're an experienced analyst, correct?
Yes,
Educated at West Point.
yes,
correct? And at an institution now owned by Middlebury, correct?
yes.
Have you drawn any conclusions about who they might be?
Just in the context of this, I believe he mentions President Obama at one point. I think it's in this clip.
And globalists, too.
Globalists, yes.
Can you play that again, John? Or, start it over? Just start it up again.
They have hit the ground running in a build-up, and I said, this is the attack. Look, people got to find the clips the last 2 months. I said, they are launching attacks. They're getting ready. I can see them warming up with Obama. They've got a bigger majority in the Congress now, in the Senate. They are going to come after our guns. Look for mass shootings.
Can you stop
and
that
then
right there?
magically it happened.
Again, is that him appealing to anger or fear?
Yes, he's
Which one?
trying to appeal to anger, I believe, in this, that he's claiming that this was premeditated.
Okay. Maybe fear, too?
It's usually more than one, but yes, it could be fear and
Anger's
anger.
the flip side of fear, isn't it?
I don't know. It's your opinion.
Actually, it's not. How much did you get around to Aristotle's Ethics at the Military Academy?
I probably did somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 years ago.
Not since.
No.
Play the video again, John.
They have hit the ground running in a build-up, and I said, this is the attack. Look, people got to find the clips the last 2 months. I said, they are launching attacks. They're getting ready. I can see them warming up with Obama. They've got a bigger majority in the Congress now, in the Senate. They are going to come after our guns. Look for mass shootings.
Go ahead, John, please.
And then magically it happens. They are coming. They are coming. They are coming.
Stop.
They've already taken over healthcare.
They are coming, they are coming, they are coming. Are those words designed to appeal to anger or fear or both?
Both. Based on the image, both.
But you don't know who they are.
It's not defined in this segment.
You haven't reached any conclusions based on your review of the material.
No.
Do you think that Alex Jones ginned up all these viewers just by talking? Or, in other words, did Alex Jones gin up all the fear that attracted people to him? Or is he appealing to something that people feel in the world and they respond to it? Do you know?
I don't know why viewers watch Alex Jones.
Millions do, though.
Yes.
And they're a threat. What they can do, that's a threat to democracy, correct? This is part of social media nationalism and clickbait populism.
Objection.
I didn't say that.
Objection.
Some things are worthy of fear, are they not?
I'm not sure what the context of this is, but yes, people can be scared.
Legitimately so.
They could be.
People can be angry.
Yes.
Legitimately so.
Depends on what they see as legitimate.
Others can be demonized, correct?
Correct?
Legitimately so.
I didn't say that.
Well, when Paul Revere wrote from Concord to Lexington saying the British are coming, the British are coming, the British are coming, was he demonizing the British? Or was he inviting them to tea?
He was sending a warning based on an invasion.
And people were angry and afraid and they revolted, correct? In 1776, we declared independence, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that for millions of Americans, that sort of fight is brewing in the streets today, are you not?
Just object.
No.
Sustained.
Can we just strike Mr.
So ordered.
Pattis's comment?
Let's move on.
I will.
We can end here if you'd like.
That would be perfect.
4:25.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, so we will see you back on Friday. I know that you know what the rules are. Be very careful when you leave the courthouse today to avoid anyone associated with the case or any media. Continue to make all reasonable efforts to avoid any media coverage when you go home. We'll start up promptly at 10 tomorrow. Ron will safeguard your notebooks, and we will see you then. We are adjourned for the day.
All rise, please.